what actually sucks today that I'm not on par with my cues on shifting like to the appropriate scenes. Hi everyone, welcome to session 35. How is everyone doing?
We have a mixture of both elated and terrified.
Derpy?
Splendid.
Because even the moustache this week was like, moustache. That's it with Derpy.
I think especially compared to the last one, because it was like drawn out and super enthusiastic, and this one was like, whatever.
Like 2 weeks ago, it was like, oh, you're asking me to do a moustache? Yes,
I'll do it. I'm also like struggling really hard, like pressing really hard to catch up the collectives, because I still hadn't recovered from the 6 weeks of no computer. And honestly, I hadn't really recovered for the game either, because all my prep...
I mean, didn't you have like 4 hours this morning? What did you do?
I was doing session stuff with the collectives, catching up.
Okay.
We build collectives. This the entire freaking morning, Chris.
Stop giving them more collectives and let them catch up on the existing ones first.
I couldn't, because Naga effectively didn't have a collective anymore. Because
not going to have a ship by the end of this session either.
Wow.
Sorry, you didn't hear that. What was that about plots earlier?
Talking about plots, yeah.
Because effectively his collective hit real time, which means he doesn't have the weekly rolls anymore. So we made him a new collective, which Chris yelled at me for.
Yeah, that's a bit collective, isn't it?
Well, no, it's not a cheat. We made a new rule that, like, if a collective hits real time, to like reduce the amount of stuff I have to prep every week for the session. Is basically.
I love how she started the sentence with, "We didn't cheat, we just made a new rule."
Well, I want to point out that the system that we're building for this is still actually being tested, and we're working out the kinks. And one of the kinks is...
It's in early access.
It's in early access, exactly. Like everything nowadays. There you go.
Like everything.
Like everything.
You still have to pay for it, but it's early access.
You still have... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's how it works, right?
Yep. Get it funded on Kickstarter. It's all fine.
Yeah, it's fine. No, but the new rule is that once a collective hits real time, aka meets you guys, or is in an area where like you were influencing.
They can't build 4 houses in 6 hours for
get reduced.
We stalled as long as we could.
Yeah.
But what happens if we then did like separate from the collective and they hit another time?
They're real time. They can't.
They're real time. If 2 weeks pass in game, they get 2 weeks worth of stuff they can do.
So that means we get like even more NPCs to keep track of.
But this is why I'm renegading into an NPC, because they get frozen in the stuff that they when you met them. Well, because I gave as example, if you play, for example, Curse of Strahd. Strahd is the same challenge rating with the same abilities at the beginning of Curse of Strahd and at the end of Curse of Strahd. He's an NPC. He doesn't level. He doesn't change, right? What changes is that the PC is getting stronger and eventually outpower the NPC, which is kind of how it's supposed to go. This is the entire point of RPGs in general, right?
Yeah, you're supposed to become the hero.
The hero, yes. It's kind of pointless if the NPCs are like outshining the PCs. I find.
I think our party's a mix of 2 out of 3, 2 heroes, 1 villain.
Okay, who's the villain now?
Who's the villain?
Of course it's Fiera.
He's named after a James Bond villain.
Fiera?
Goldfinger?
No. Still Fiera.
Goldfinger.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about. And I think we should move on.
I think you'll become the accidental villain.
I also retroactively retcon traumatized Abel and by extension Cassius potentially. I don't know.
I don't know what you're talking
about. Hence why I said like an unwilling villain almost.
Okay.
I don't know what you're talking about.
But you'll become the villain.
Before we go into the recap, just one more time to remind you. So I will not do the PMs in Discord anymore. I will do them in chat. So, like, keep track of the chat, basically. Because we all keep track of dice rolls and stuff in the chat anyway, but now please also keep track of the chat, because I will be sending occasionally things that one of you notices that the others don't.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, unlikely to ever happen to me, but okay.
I assume you're using chat because stream can also see chat.
I mean,
Well, that
it was the
yes,
truth.
and also it stays
Get fucked,
safe in the
Samira.
game. Right.
Fair enough.
It stays safe in the game, and it's easier for me to keep track of like later when I. Never mind.
It's all good. It's descending into chaos already. Ooh, there's a new icon for popping out a character sheet.
Yeah. Goddamn nightmare of a day today.
Sorry.
I'm just give me a second. I just need to do something.
She just needs to kill 2 players.
No, I was about to put your ass on the screen.
You're not helping.
What was that fucking laugh just now?
All good. I'll mute.
Okay. Lena. Hi.
Okay. Hi. Okay. Give me a second.
Yeah.
Recap starting off. We started off today sleeping last session.
Mute.
Shut up. Shut up.
But it's like
if you laugh, then I'm gonna laugh.
Or the players sleeping, because at the moment it sounds like the players are sleeping.
I think that the problem last session is that the players didn't sleep. So
I think too. Yeah. Okay.
Anyway,
so Cassius and Samira were in the cargo hold, and Vera was asleep under the stairs somewhere on deck. I think mid deck. And
Quarterdeck,
she was.
I think we named it.
Yeah. She was woken up by some thumps against the hull, the ship's hull, and as she went to look what the fuck was going on, it was some sort of debris, some sort of wreckage, and that was suspicious. So she started to wake up Creo. She went over to wake up Creo. I think she spider crawled some walls on the way there.
Instead of going to the door, she climbed up to his window.
Yeah, she spider crawled some doors.
Climbed down to the moon. Yes.
Exactly. And while waking up, she saw that he was very malnourished looking, so very, very skinny skeleton of a man. And so he woke up, was basically like, what the fuck are you doing? She was meet me at the deck. And as they two met up, she told him about the debris and that was basically around the ship, just bonking into us. And god damn it. Creo was all for waking up Jinx and then setting up watch posts on the corners of the ship, basically at the stern, the bow, and Vera ended up at the starboard edge of it, and she then threw up a daylight at the biggest part of debris further away from the ship to get some light going on so they could actually see things.
To see if we could see any survivors or bodies.
Exactly. The plan was, like you said, if any survivors were gonna be alive, they would gather at the light, but nothing happened. And Creo also noticed what was very weird, that the debris, I don't know, Creo or Viera noticed that, but the debris was stacking up very weirdly.
Viera, I noticed that.
Yeah.
Some of it was stacking on top of each other in a way that would be impossible for normal just washing around debris to do. Yeah.
Exactly, it was very unnatural, so they were all the more ready to start off watch posts. And then we jumped over to the cargo hold, where Samira woke up feeling watched, and she didn't see anything, even with the cast of light and it being illuminated around her. She didn't see anything, so she woke up Cassius, who was pretty sure it was all just a nightmare or just her being paranoid, but they still went over to the deck to see if something was going on, where they met up with Viera, who explained the whole spiel, but not before Samira went out and on deck was still being lit up, basically a giant fucking torch in her hand. And She explained the debris situation, and as Samira was about to go on the other side of the deck to keep up watch, Cassius got ensnared by something and decided the best possible decision right now is to jump in the water and dive down deep. So, escaping the grasp of his friends, he just dove into the water. Samira jumping right after him and thankfully caught him and pinned him onto a piece of debris in the water so he didn't dive down. And best decision that was made in the night, Vera cast Water Walk on all three of them so they couldn't dive without getting yo-yoed up immediately. And then I think Cassius was still ensnared until Creo did Insight Greed spell, which overrode that want to dive, but instead he wanted to go on deck, look at that shiny gem in the hand. Was apparently very rude to Creo. Give me that fucking gem all like that. And suddenly Samir was caught in the charm, ensnaring, whatever that thing was, and she very quickly got down very deep through swim speed and bonus action dash, as well as a teleport, which was thankfully still yo-yoed up 60 feet to the surface. Otherwise, she would have been fucked by the pressure. But then Viera summoned two very cute-looking octopi, but also very grumpy by the descriptions, that got after Samira and thankfully got her very quickly back up to the surface because she had to wrestle with them and had to rage. Didn't have to, she raged, and that cancelled out the extra movement speed. So she quickly got back to the surface and got released from the whatever effect was happening once the creature tried to ensnare Viera, but Viera's badass, so that didn't work. And at that point in time, they quickly went back on deck and were ushered by Creo into the cargo hold and locked into the cargo hold, which Cassius very much did not like and just immediately unlocked the door again. Yeah, and after hearing a bunch of noises happening outside, like the crew shouting and hammering and general stuff like that, they went out to see, not on deck, but just under basically look what happened in the kitchen. They saw that the cook was still there, but the crew in their quarters was, I think, barricading the doors and everything. So we just decided to go back to sleep at that point in time, or just generally gather into the cargo hold again, where Vera had a chat with Larrabee to let him know what was going on and to basically guard the door for the rest of us and put this paralyzing poison on the doorknob. And then alarm bells went off in upstairs, so Samira went Vinivision, which basically saw a giant fucking island shark thing, a basking shark, which has enormous mouth, which is scary as fuck, and an island on its back, and is apparently a leviathan. And that happened and swallowed some sort of debris. Don't know if it got the creature or if it just got debris and whatever was in that, but that happened. And the crew that was on deck, the ghost skeleton crew there, basically got us the fuck out of that place, just sailing through the night, exhausting everyone that was working. And meanwhile, Vera and Ibraf had a nice little puking session, and Cassius was so kind to basically drag Samira away from that spot so she wouldn't have to also puke when she got out of Minivision. Yes, I think then we ended the night with going to sleep. Checking in with each other if everyone is okay, and then next morning we had a nice little breakfast. I think Vera got herself the seasickness medication again and just had a nap in the hold because, yeah, I think she was just tired and just nauseous, so she had a nap with her breath. And before Samira and Cassis were just chilling on deck for the couple of hours, Samira went in to check with Creo and found out that he had no fucking clue what happened last night and what a basking shark was, as well that it's uncommon around here, but usually harmless. And that we're gonna arrive in Kabrak pretty soon, so she relayed that to everyone else, and then we time skipped a bit until we arrived, where we had a nice little idyllic scene happening before us. Nice descriptions about the Kabrak, very beautiful looking, and there was also a big warship docked at the port, which led to us not being able to dock per se because there was no space, but we still, did as we could. And then we went into Karbak, and it was very clean, unusual for big cities, and people were nicely dressed. It was very colorful. And we went shopping basically in an apothecary slash magic shop. I think it was just basically potions or something like that, as well as smaller things they had to basically get delivered, and which rudely happened everything in Celestial. Poor fucking Vera just listening to nonsense. And the only thing we bought was the recipe book for Cassius's alchemy, and otherwise we got to know that Tucson would have much more stuff at hand, like their bag of holding and everything like that. And as we left the shop, Cassius, first one out of the door, got bumped into. He immediately thought he was gonna get robbed, but no, the poor unfortunate soul just straight up dusted, and causing panic at the people around us. And when the guards arrived, we found out it was the result of a illegal resurrection, and that we were actually free to go because this was obviously not a crime or anything of that sort. And if we wanted counseling, we were good to go to them or something like that. Meanwhile, Viera had a nice little conversation with an elven lady because she played up herself. One, actually not understanding Celestial, but two, why she's not gonna understand Common right now, so they sent an elven lady for her to translate the information. And I think that was that. We were going to meet with the crew at the Hanged Bard at dusk with Puyed Bogdorf. I have no fucking clue what the name is.
Puyat Bogdorf.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah.
And that was it.
Yeah,
pretty much.
I think two little things. When Creo communicated with Jinx, who was in these crow's nests, he apparently did so without talking, so probably telepathically.
Interesting.
That's what I have noted down specifically.
And
And one
you
more.
also used Big B's hand to get us out of the water.
Yes,
True.
yeah, like all like clutching this pendant and like speaking some
very
strange
strong
language.
display of
very
magic.
watery-esque language, very fluid.
Yes. And one other thing to note is that the magisters that investigated the area, they of course predict when the guy got dusted. They did some kind of detect magic. They obviously looked at us and were like, and like brief discussion, but they decided to let us go. So at least all the officials in the town know that there's outsiders on this ship. So it's great. It's good.
Yeah, that's a
amazing.
lovely thing to be found out. Yeah.
I mean, it's probably fine, but still.
It's not illegal to be an outsider.
We're not inconspicuous. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
At least to the authorities.
Yes.
Autoritas.
But they won't matter. They won't exist by the end of it anyway.
So.
Anarchy.
As I said, did everyone tune into the sounds? By the way.
Yes.
Okay, good. what I wanted to say, like where we left off is like you basically slowly walking down the stairs towards the harbor, right?
Mm-hmm.
We didn't forget anything else, right? Just before we continue.
Nothing important. No.
Nothing important.
No, we're gonna go.
Well, you
eat
can't
hang
recap the
bar
whole
now,
session.
I think, yeah.
The only question I had is obviously it became dusk while we were waiting for this whole Magister investigation
Yes.
thing to sort itself out. So once they've actually let us go, it's actually now dark outside.
Yeah.
The first thing that we would notice is how is the city lit?
It is. I was about to get there, right?
Okay.
So, towards the square, it's way more lit. It seems to be a combination between those like crystals that you've also seen before in Panvent, right? And the occasional oil lamp, bit old school, like. But again, that's normal for the cities that you guys are used to from the Forgotten Realms, because you're not really used to glowy crystals being used as illumination for streets.
Lamplighters Guild would be having a heart attack in this place.
You can also see that here, like some of the lamps have been replaced. They look really, really brand new. And some of them are actually shattered still. So they're in the process of replacing it after the storm. Right. So the city is definitely not at full light capacity. You get the impression that it would usually be much better lit. Right. So the lights are sporadic, like enough for people who don't have dark vision not to fall down the fucking stairs. But you can also see that some people are carrying lanterns around, just additionally.
Just their own personal, So there are still dark patches and dark alleyways and whatever that aren't lit.
Also gives you the hint that these
It's a nation of Asima.
No, they don't have dark vision.
Seriously? Okay.
That's
Well,
the next thing I was going to point out.
If they all could see in the dark, they wouldn't have light, would they?
Well, they've got a human population as well, so that's the thing.
No, you can see Asimar carrying lanterns.
Ooh, okay.
They don't have dark vision, no.
That's interesting.
As you move away, the lights get less for that reason, because again, they are replacing the lanterns that are like where like the population gathers first, and then basically spreading out towards the other location. You can also see a bit more lights down at the harbor, because like again, you're up top, so you can see all the way down.
The harbor probably has a lot more movement on the docks and stuff between the taverns and the ships.
So even from here, like the few glimpses in between the buildings where you can see all the way down to the docks, you can see that it's way better lit once you get past this like middle section between the square and the harbor itself, right? As you move away from the square itself, like you find that the shadowed alleys, wind their meandering ways for like the tightly clustered, row houses and brick houses, down the stairs. And yes, it gets darker. It's still a clean city, right? But because of the tightly packed, staggered step build, at least for Vieira, it gets like this very crowded impression very quickly, right?
Just a quick question on another note. Obviously, you have cicadas playing at the moment.
Yeah.
Presumably, we can hear cicadas.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are there any other noises? Dogs barking?
The occasional. You have like occasionally like mew in the background and dogs, meow. It's like it's the normal nighttime soundscape, right? I'm not gonna trigger every single sound that might be going on in the background, but the cicadas are there, right?
I was just curious if animals were a thing in the city or not. So obviously, if there's dogs and cats, there are animals. There's no strays in the sense of like, you see stray around every corner. The animals you have seen so far in the city are all nicely colored, well kept. These people take care of their animals. So yes, you see the occasional animal, animal, not hissing, climbing the rooftops and the like, right? You haven't seen any half animal people at all. You have glimpsed the occasional tiefling, the occasional dwarf. Humans are way more populated among the Aasimar. The Aasimar are by far the dominant race here. Which you can also immediately see because they are all dark-skinned and the other races are like anything and more likely to be like light-skinned as well. So they kind of like stand out already with by that. Like you can see it like first glance, like, oh, boom, you stand out. So like you guys, minus Samira, of course, you actually stand out, right? But not in the way that like you're drawing stairs. It's a harbor city. They are used to people coming through here. So you will not get like strange stares, like, oh, strangers, oh no, go away from me. It's like, no, you have nothing like that. And as I've said already before, if you like ask for directions, everyone is very friendly, very polite. It's, they say good evening. They have like the whole protocol of like, greetings, what is considered polite society without sounding posh, right? It's just a casual, friendly way of talking, right? So they're not, you don't have the impression that they're xenophobic, what I'm trying to say, right? You have, now that it's getting evening, you also kind of have like, on the smooth cobblestones that are the ground that you're walking on, you have like, on the nooks and crannies, you have like stagnant puddles that make like this like smooth stone, kind of a bit more slick, right? Because it's like really polished, right? It's worn for time also. It's the kind of stone that gets this like, how do you call it? Like this fatty quality. You know how like stone can have this like sheen to it when it gets like, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Getcha.
Yeah. So it has this like, and this kind of stone. It's the kind of stone like if it gets remotely wet and in autumn when you have leaves on it, it becomes like a hazard of like slipping and falling.
Yeah, my ass will be falling all those things.
Yeah. And it's a great thing that this city is not in a winter climate, because this, if we were to freeze over in winter, would be a death hazard. Right. It's that kind of cobblestone. So, okay. And it's also bigger. It's not like the small, like hand-sized, but like more like head-sized cobbles, like, bigger stones. And they're not all square. Like they kind of try to keep them in a square shape, but they're not all like, they match them basically. But you can see that they basically made a pavement that is supposed to give more solidity. And because it's a slope, there's also this like erosion thing. Like if you don't reinforce the ground, it would drag, like it would cause like a negative effect of like when it rains and stuff, like, soil would draw away. So like they really paved it in with the stone. Also along the edges of the pavement, you also have those like dips for the water to collect and be, drawn away. And you have sewer openings along those, like ridges that go down. So you have sewers in the city, judging by that.
Ooh, nice.
So yeah, as you move down the stairs, as it is night, the pale sun casts its silver lights down to the streets. So it's not like completely dark. And it's mixing with the gold from the occasional lantern as you move. But like definitely the lively city has turned into this like slumbering giant of stone and brick within a mere hour past dark. And there's the occasional stragglers to be found still out and about. As you move, like, there's like a boy sitting on the steps in front of one of the open entrance doors, and like he's like practicing some coin tricks, which will draw Cassie's attention. And one of the side alleys, you can, like, as you walk past, like opens up to an inner courtyard where you can see like the stone is replaced with actual grass that is well kept and cut, like, proper, green grass to sit on. British style of like well kept. And there's a fountain in the middle of that. And like you can also like see stuff like a drunk person stumbling out from a back door, like and falling over into the well, and like as you walk past and stuff like that. And Samira, as you get closer to the docks, your attention predominantly is drawn straight ahead to the masts of small ships and fishing boats, and lining the pier like out into the small bay that you can see from this angle a bit better, which is like a bit sheltered by a stone quay constructed to keep the worst of the waves from battering the harbor. It's a really clever way of like with stone keeping like the worst of the sea out, so like the ships and the small boats that are inside are better protected, which probably explains why there is still a significant number of boats out there, right? And you can see already from this side, like the docks are still alive, with dock workers, rubbing shoulders with sailors and potentially merchants, and you can already sense it that the air is like filled with the sound of like commerce and food. You can smell it up here already. And you're also reminded that the city definitely crowds towards the water. It's a harbor city. You've seen this many times before, especially with your experience. You know what you're looking at. This feels very familiar. This feels like home, right? This is like, you can actually for once ignore, the weird sun moon thing above you, and like, oh yeah, this seems something that you can trust, right? And that's something that and it's like, and because it crowds like towards the water, you have like the tall brick warehouses and offices and inns and tenements, just steps away from the cliffs at the water edge. So what you guys doing?
To the hanging part off, it is.
Yeah, probably because we just, as we walked away from the scene, and it's like Cass is still dusting himself off, and just like, and as soon as they're further away from the mattress, is casting prestidigitation on himself to just like clean himself off any remnant person. Well, that's a welcoming party.
Yeah, that's...
So, unlawful resurrection.
Illegal resurrection. That sounds... What would be legal then?
Probably church funded.
Yes,
like
this is
official channels, something like that.
Is this something we need to look up? Because you can do that, right? And
it's not resurrection. Bringing something back from the dead that's very recent. Revivifying isn't resurrection. Resurrection is you've been dead a long time.
Really?
Or there's nothing left of you to resurrect.
Ooh.
So this is something that Tiffany was telling me about.
Okay.
Magic has a cost. The resurrection spell was probably recreating whoever's body they were resurrecting.
Ooh.
But that's got to come from somewhere. So it took another body instead.
God, that poor guy. Did he feel what was happening? Because he was so panicked?
Was aware of something. That's at least kind of new to me. Destiny told me something similar to what Tiffany told you, I guess.
All magic has a cost. Even casting light has a cost. That power, that energy has to come from somewhere. And it might be little pieces here and there so that it's almost unnoticeable, but a fire bug might die somewhere for casting that. We don't know. All I can tell you is that there is a cost to all magic.
So
Life and death magic seems to be the most noticeable because a life for life. Basically.
And what does healing do? Does it wound somebody?
Hold up.
Possibly.
Hold up. Shh. And he casts his points to an alleyway, and it's like you probably hear the noises coming from that alleyway, and there's someone being attacked.
Scuffling. Yep. There's scuffling going on as Cassis draws your attention to it. There's several
Can I
hooded
see
figures.
the dark vision?
Yes, you can. It's just that Cassis picked it up sooner because he pays attention to the city a bit more than the rest of you. And Vieira is not really familiar with all the odd sounds of a city. But you can see about 4 hooded assailants attacking a figure, like a man, presumably.
Are we gonna do something? Or is this gonna be a granny situation all over again?
It's deeper in the alley, right? It's like at the edge of your dark vision. It's like far away from the lights.
I mean, it's kind of, I think, 6 to 1. Are we doing something? Or is this none of our business?
What's it got to do with us? This is a law-abiding city. If we get involved, we might just get blamed for it.
Should we call the guards or something? I don't know how this works.
I don't know. Like, is other people around, or are we just alone here with that weird alley?
There's no other people.
Okay.
So, sorry, for my benefit, explaining what it is exactly we're seeing again here? 4 cloaked figures.
I mean, by now, you have 4 cloaked figures that are now rushing away and leaving a body behind.
Well,
Yeah, we need to go.
solves it.
No idea what that is, but I'm not getting involved in another granny situation. Unless we have to, unless you guys want to.
No. Let's go.
Yeah.
Keep walking.
God, that was terrible! We suck!
Come on. As if we would get involved.
Yeah, you keep going.
Mhm.
Chris, did you see the message I sent, by the way?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, just making sure. Because...
Well, I assume I did. The one that you sent 7 minutes ago.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
7 minutes ago, damn.
Yeah, I heard the pop, but only for the second message. And because we're talking, so it's like the pop is not loud enough, I think, in that sense.
Keep the chat open so you can see things.
Like I said, I won't get
Chat's
fuck
open.
all.
I have to get used to it. I have to get used to the new system.
Yeah, I mean, I read it and I was like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, just making sure because,
It's like, Vieira's in a weird-ass city. She fucking hates cities. She's doing as little as possible. So, Cassius, carry on walking. Let's go.
Yeah. Now he's leading the charge. He's like, all right, let's go.
The hanging
Yeah,
bard.
I think one of us got the description anyway to the... Or did all of us get the description to where we gotta go?
Well, I spoke to Cleo, so
Okay,
Cleo gave me directions, and I freely give you those same directions, and now we can all navigate towards it as blind as each other, but not quite as blind as that dead body in the alley.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, so law-abiding city and all, we gotta have eyes on our back apparently because there's hooded figures. It's something people.
And they'll be blind hooded figures if they try and assault me. So.
I know
every city proclaims lawful and abiding. No, some of them, not all of them. It's not going to stop people.
Usually, every city has some sort of crime under,
Yeah.
But
it's good to know that this city isn't different.
Exactly.
Yeah. Just
wouldn't be surprised if it was the 3 grannies with a 4th extra.
Better not fucking be.
Well, as long as they're not trying to rob us. It's fine.
Yeah.
Hopefully they're just rotting in a mine somewhere.
Mm,
I highly doubt it.
I have honestly no clue.
You expect them to judge and sentence their own?
Well,
I
given
don't-
what
I
we
d-
heard about
I-
these people,
I don't even think they got there. They got taken off the ship and led somewhere else. And that's the last you or us will hear of them.
Well, if we ever hear of them again, then, you know, I'll deal with them myself, but fuck that.
Well, I mean, we almost took down one of them last time.
Mm-hmm.
We just gotta focus on the 2 pipsqueaks and keep the 3rd one busy long enough.
I mean, we certainly got other tricks in our bags now.
We do.
yeah.
She can only swing at one of us at a time,
Mhm.
so...
Exactly.
No.
Okay. So you slowly make it all the way to the harbor, and you find your way to the Hanged Bard, which has a very simple sign outside. It's one of those brick houses along the shore in a row of similar looking one of different sizes and widths. And it doesn't look like anything special. Like even the sign is like, okay, the sign seems to have been replaced recently, which, you know, seems like the shutters also on the windows seem to have been replaced recently. No surprise, there was a storm. So yeah, it's you can hear a good crowd going, nothing too rowdy. What you doing?
Just entering, see if we can see the crew from first glance, or we have to search for these Bogdov.
Okay.
I'm just letting those 2 lead.
You enter the tavern. Let me switch you over. The tavern table. Activate. Good. Like my go-to. So entering the dimly lit tavern, reminds you of the galley of a ship. Interestingly, it takes you only a second to realize that the similarity is by design. Like the wooden walls are display parts of different sailing vessels. You know, a rudder, a plank featuring the name of maybe some sunken ship. I don't know. Tattered pennants, helm's wheel, planks, and the like. The bar itself has been clearly crafted from 2 repurposed lifeboats, like cobbled together to make sense. And crossed oars hang on the wall behind the counter. And serving as a mascot for the tavern is in the center, next to a pillar that like holds the ceiling up, is a tarnished bronze figurehead in the shape of a woman holding a harp that has been mounted on a simple like wooden pedestal with a noose around her neck.
Lovely.
So
Well, that explains the name.
It looks like a
I
typical.
guess she's the bard.
Very literal, people. I get it.
It looks like a typical night in a tavern. It seems like a pretty amicable crowd, nothing too rowdy. They look like hardened sailors, fishermen. You know that like nothing that screams, "Oh my God, seasoned criminal!" Just like just tougher people. They have muscles on them and stuff. They look weathered from like the sea and the wind and stuff, but nothing that like screams, "Oh my God, bad people, let's get out of here!" Right? There's about 20 other people currently in the tavern, and among others, you can see already the crew on 2 different tables in one of the corners. They seem to hang around in corners apparently quite often. As you walk past, you can hear like patrons like talking about like, I don't know, religious and political matters. A few are sharing tales of past fishing trips, some successes and failures, and others are just playing card games or dice games. Nothing too audacious. It is also still early evening. There's a waft of fish stew, tomato, something coming from the back where the kitchen is, presumably. So there's like, the dinner is being cooked, obviously. So yeah, that's what you see when you enter and get closer to the table where the crew is. They have already ordered food. They're already like, going to town on like piles of lobster. With like, some of them are like wearing bibs around their neck, right? And they're like full on like, cracking it with like knife, and they have like special crackers, like nut crackers, for the claws, right? To like crack, and then slurp it out. They seem to also have like something like a dip with like some liquid where they like dip it in. Looks like liquid butter. They seem to be having fun, like just eating and drinking, right? And you get an all around warm welcome, as you arrive, and they all shuffle around to like let you sit down. Not necessarily next to each other, they just move around so you can sit down wherever, right?
Sit down,
Yeah.
bro.
Probably also, like sit close to, I guess, Creo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, doesn't matter.
You
so
already
much.
get like, a wine shoved at you, white wine, and lobster, and there, eat, drink, make yourself comfortable, pats on the back.
Perfect, thank you.
Somebody
Where's
waves.
the,
Somebody waves for a bowl to be brought over for a breath of water and fresh meat. In the way of fresh fish, right? But like cleaned out, no bones and stuff. So he will get like a very nice fillet of fish, big chunk. Looks like big chunk of tuna, maybe. It's like that dark fish meat, right?
Yep.
But it looks very fresh, yeah. And he gets a bowl of water as well, big bowl. He's a big boy.
I'll curl him so that he's out of the way, so no one's going to accidentally
Yeah.
kick him or walk into him or anything as well. So.
Okay. So, what you doing?
Just kind of shrug and join in with the eating and drinking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sit down, say hello.
Creo will be like, what you say? What you did in the city? Did you find what you needed?
So they found something. It was.
Yeah, found the shop.
Mhm.
No issues. It was fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything was hunky dory.
Yeah. It's a nice enough city. It's it's good enough. All the stairs though. Jeez.
Oh yeah, the stairs. Yeah, you need to get used to those. And like you get like laughed all around at the table.
So are you guys recovering from the last night?
Oh, we're
Smoothly?
fine. We had nights like that in the past. It's like, it's fine. We're gonna get a good night's sleep and it's gonna be fine. If you're on a ship, you get used to nights like that. There's nights where you go to sleep, you wake up to a raging thunderstorm. You have to get going. You have to, maintain the ship. That's just life.
All right.
That's true.
We're sleeping on the ship tonight, right?
Oh, you can also, the tavern has free rooms, so you can sleep here as well. We're not gonna depart without you. Don't worry about it.
The free? When are we planning to depart in the morning, anyways? So we have to, so we know.
Well, I mean, we have a bit time. We need about 8 hours to get to Gottensell. I'd like to arrive there before nightfall, but no rush. This is a safer place along the route.
Safer. So outside of Leviathan waters as well, right?
Yes. Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
But none of you experienced something like that before with like did any of the others like just look around, see if anyone like knows what I'm talking about? Did any of the others wanted to dive in the water?
We had a few, and like Jürgen kind of like covers, like dips his face even deeper into the lobster he's eating, You can also see a dark bruise on his cheek from the previous night.
He wasn't the only one.
Yeah, I got very close to actually fucking yeah. It was very deep down. Thank God we have a bear on our side.
Just be grateful 2 giant octopuses were nearby to answer my summon.
No.
Could have been 2 crocodiles. Not sure you would have appreciated that.
Could have it also been like 2 like moles or something, or deer?
No, generally
Ooh.
speaking,
That would have been bad.
I can tailor the spell to the environment I'm in.
Okay.
So I had that one mishap. Where
Yeah,
I
I remember in the forest there was.
I'm still learning, okay? I'm still
Okay.
learning. I figured that part out now.
Right.
At least she decided not to go drown herself, so you know.
Yeah, so I mean, so for example, like when we're on land now, if it's a little bit swampy, then I'm not going to want to summon a rhino, am I? So
True.
that would be a bit of a downside. But if we're on solid, sturdy ground and I need something to squash everything in front of me, a rhino is probably a really good deal.
Is it a good time to point out what is a rhino?
I'll show you later.
Okay.
Sounds good. Sounds perfect.
It's, you know what a bear is, right?
No, I don't know what a bear is.
You don't? What? Is that
I'm
sarcasm or do
joking.
Okay.
I'm
You do know
joking.
what a bear is. Okay.
Yeah.
Picture 2 bears lined up. So head to tail.
Uh-huh.
And then put a 2-foot giant spike on the nose of the one in front.
Ooh. Okay. Okay, is this like
And
a buffed out unicorn?
It's... I actually have no idea what kind of animal I could closely relate it to give you a good description that would otherwise explain what it is. Imagine it's a unicorn, but the size of 2 bears, and the skin is as thick as 5 lots of leather armor stitched together.
Ooh.
So
Yeah,
buffed out unicorn.
Yeah, buffed out unicorn, and I remember
Yeah.
Barry the bear.
If
That's
it
big.
charges straight ahead, it only needs about 20 feet before it hits a tree, and it can topple that tree.
Huh.
They're strong.
That's delightful. If we ever need
They're
to break down
nasty.
the door, that's a good idea.
If we ever need to clear out a pathway, and there's too many creatures on it, charging rhino is one way to do it.
Could we ride on that?
Yes, with a saddle, probably. Without a saddle, probably not.
Okay, so this is not like an elk situation. Because the elk you didn't need a saddle.
I can't turn into one yet. Well, it is a beast. I can turn into beasts, but from my time with Tiffany, I understand there are limits to what I can turn into and when. At some point, I'll be able to fly, too. I know that much.
As a rhino, or?
Yes.
Okay. Do they have wings?
As a rhino. No, not as a rhino.
Okay. It's too bad.
Turn into something like a bird of prey.
Oh, I remember your failed attempts at flying with, what's his name, Nom Nom Nom?
With Nom Nom Nom. Yep. Absolutely.
So you're gonna try that more?
Well, no.
If yes, can we see it? Oh.
Because I'm still training, and whenever we come across forests, I might disappear for a few hours to call on Tiffany and to get another lesson here or there. Yeah, so...
Come on, you gotta show off for us sometime.
Well, at some point I will be able to turn into a bird of prey big enough for you to ride on my back.
Okay, that's big. Wow, that's big.
They're big, yeah. And I can probably transport both of you, but one of you will be in the uncomfortable seat, aka in my talons.
Not it.
And one
Fuck
of
you.
Calling it now, not it.
I'm throwing one of the
I'm
crustacean
ve-
shells
I'm-
at his face.
I'm vetoing giving either of you a choice. It's alternating. So if you're in the talons on the first time, you're on the back the next time.
Just suffer with
But
me.
yes, something like a hawk. I don't know if you guys know what hawks are or eagles. Those
Sure.
are
I was
both things.
joking when I said I don't know what a bear is.
Okay, I mean I don't know. Like I grew up in the middle of the high
don't
forest,
So
you
so
basically,
remember
like an
Barry?
oversized pigeon. You're saying that's
Do
it.
you remember Barry the bear? You had a fucking bear with
yeah,
us.
yeah. But you
Of
may not
course
have
I know
known
what
what
a
it
bear
is. Oh yeah, I mean sure. I don't know where you guys or what creatures are native to what you guys know. So
Rats, pigeons,
Uh,
flying rats, basically.
rats does not surprise me. Cassis. Although
rats
to
are
be
the
fair,
quintessential city animal.
one of the more honourable creatures I've met since arriving here. It was the cats who were less than honourable.
Huh.
So it was the
Oh
traitor
yeah, what's his face?
after all.
Misha?
Knackjack or
Misha?
something like the Red. No, the Red Lord.
Oh, the rat lord. Okay, yeah, that.
Oof, that's pushing your luck. I have no idea.
I don't know. I just remember the fuckface Misha, and that's it.
I know the word rot was in his name. Something
Ooh, okay.
rot breaker, rot
Ro-
maker,
Rot
something
brain?
like that.
Yeah. Who cares?
Well, I had that one meeting with him, and Misha chased him off, and that was that.
Yeah, because he was a fucking traitor.
Should have killed him.
No.
But
Yeah.
Like you have
that's a
like
good
the
good
table,
question.
the
I wonder
table-
if I can tailor whose life gets taken.
What? Continue on, Shinny. How does the table react to this?
The table is like basically they're divided on two tables, right? So the other table they're not really paying attention to. They're like their own crowd basically. At your table you have a bit more the older crew, so to say, and Jinx, of course. So like basically the more serious people, quote unquote, right? So they're listening to. You can see that they're amused in a good-natured way by how you talk to each other. So they're just letting you do that as they're enjoying their food. They're also tired, right? So the mood is generally a bit dampened. Hastred is actually, as you finish up, he's like, "Yeah, so excuse me, I'm tired. I'm just gonna go and turn in for the night. You kids have fun.
Good night.
I'm too old for this. Good night." And he F's up for an early evening after he has had his fill of food, because they were clearly eating already before you even arrived, right? Yeah.
Vinny, follow him.
Vinny's back on the
If you
ship.
do look around, Panacea and Vivare are missing, but they might just be on the ship, but because they always hang out with each other because married couple, that look like, freshly in love for the last 30 years. So yeah.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
But overall, the crew just seems tired, but they just seem happy to be in this place and enjoying the evening, right? And, this is why they're also quieter and not really interjecting in your conversation there, where you seem to be very absorbed in. So they didn't interrupt.
Fair enough. And you'll notice at this point that Vera hasn't touched the crustacean in front of her.
You good? It didn't taste good. Do you want something else?
What is it?
Oh, it's shellfish, like crabs and lobster and mussels. You just crack them open. It's nice, soft, and tastes good.
Yeah, just try it.
Viera just kind of picks up her plate and pushes it towards Samira. Crack it open. Can you?
Sure.
Jinx will, because Jinx is sitting next to you, roll wait, let me. Don't worry, Samira, you enjoy your food. I'll do it. And she Jinx takes one of those nutcracker things, and takes one of the claws. Look, you have to hold it. If you cannot hold it with your hand properly, you can wrap a napkin around and you hold it tighter so it doesn't slip out, because if you
Don't
push.
you end up with like shards? in
No,
the
no,
food,
no.
though?
You don't have to like. You're not exploding it. You just like squeeze it until it cracks, and then you apply it. Here, see. And she like shows you, right? So it's like a slow, steady pressure where it like slowly like cracks open, and they also hold it like with a napkin so it doesn't slip out and like ricochets into somebody's face, right? And they also warn you about that, right? That if you don't hold proper the claws, especially, that might happen. And they will also say, well, if it's easier for you, you can start with one of the legs because you just like snap them in half and just slurp it out. And they show you.
No.
You seem
Let
so
her
you
start with
seem
the
so
claw.
practiced at this. I wouldn't want to poke someone's eye out.
No, just let her start with the
Well,
claw. You have to
will
learn.
actually, they will pre-crack some of them, but they will like give you basically the last claw to try it out for yourself.
You have to learn how to aim, and it's like always funny if you like aim at at the back of someone's head,
Of course,
and they
you're
don't
that
know where
type
it's
of-
coming from.
Of course, you're that type of cracker, just obviously throwing it at somebody. God damn it! I fucking hate people like you in while eating.
During
that.
this entire meal, I have been perceptively watching how it's done, just so that that's clear. And I'm now like twisting it and making it look awkward in a way that it's now pointing towards Cassius.
Ah, come on. I'm ready to dodge it. It's like, this is getting ready. There.
Yeah, and then she's just gonna go all in.
And Jinx will also explain that you have like butter to dip it in. And you have like salt and pepper and like, you know, herbs that you could put on top.
Very confused look on her face. Why would you dip it in butter?
Just do it and try it.
But surely that takes away from the taste of
No, it makes it
flesh.
better.
Agree to disagree.
You don't drench it, you just like slightly dip it to add to the taste.
Don't argue with her.
Very
Don't argue.
childlike. Vieira is kind of like nodding and going like, yeah, okay, sure, but then not doing it. And she's just kind of cracking open, and she prefers natural tastes of food rather than mixing too much together. So, yeah, so she will crack it open and do the usual, and then carry on. But it's the first time she's ever seen or eaten seafood, other than fish. So.
This is one of the best lobster places along the coast, so...
So what you're saying is, if you're eating it somewhere else, it's just going to be worse?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, spoiled.
Yeah.
Not
You always
going to
gotta
eat
go
anywhere else.
directly next to the coast, or with a good reputation of having a fisher nearby, or some sort of connection. Otherwise, you're gonna get day old, or fucking bless you if you get week old fucking crustaceans. Ouch, that's gonna be a bad night for you.
I mean, isn't that the rule for seafood anyway?
The crew will interject and say, like, you will never, anywhere along the coast in Hohia, get a week-old crustaceans. Anywhere.
I'm presuming it's
reassuring.
quite a daily food source for them.
Yes,
It just gets eaten.
It's just the best place here is because of how they prepare it, and they have an aquarium. So basically, they have a box with water where they pull them out fresh. But they have been caught prior and then put into that like little pool, and they get fished out of the pool and dumped into boiling hot water. So they're super fresh. I was like, they do what?
Yeah. She's not surprised at this point, or even remotely showing that she's bothered by it, because she understands not everyone actually gives a shit, unfortunately.
But you also get the impression that way of cooking them is actually kills them relatively quickly, like insta death.
So does a knife.
Yeah. You also get the impression that these things with the shell they have, a knife might not be that easy, right?
Just need to get a bigger knife.
You need to get a nice pokey knife.
Mm-hmm.
Just puncture wound, chuck, So
Yeah.
what were you saying about? You said something that was
Well, it's-
slightly alarming at the end until.
Well, not really. We all know that magic has a cost, don't we? So, the question is,
Korea
can you
nods.
choose where that cost comes from? Some things have a bigger cost than others. For example, the ability to bring someone back from the dead has a cost.
As we saw today.
And Kriobel, like,
And,
furrow his eyebrows, so, like, what exactly did you see?
Some guy just
Yeah.
disappeared in front of us.
Yeah,
He just straight up
dust.
turned into dust. Yeah.
That's not right.
Mm-hmm.
The Magister's term was illegal resurrection, which I can see why that would be illegal. Some poor guy literally just had his life snuffed out.
Oh, yeah.
But the question is, could you choose?
What?
If you were
What?
capable of doing that magic, could you choose whose life was snuffed out to bring back the new one? For
Sounds-
example,
Yeah, just in the
that's-
drinkle.
that's when it sounds like it's a legal resurrection. Because
the crew will take a good glance around to make sure that nobody's listening.
I
and be
can't
like-
do anything like this. That's crazy. I'm just theorizing. Like,
Eh,
someone can obviously resurrect, but could they choose who dies rather than just
He's
random?
like, this might be a better a topic, like outside.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll save it for the ship.
This
Really?
is considering this just freshly happened, I think this is too macabre for this
And
momentary.
you have like, as on cue, like several people around the table, like, you know, drowning you out.
Yeah.
Well, I'll ask my teacher the next time I speak to her. She'll know.
Oh. Topic
And
change,
you
bitte,
will get
please.
like, yeah, you get like, no, like we can help you with answers, just not, you know, in public, in the middle of all here.
Oh, it's fine. I might as well get it from the horse's mouth, so
Oh.
to speak.
It's fine, we'll ask later. That's
yeah,
what
change,
she's saying.
Change of topic now. Let's get to
But
get
like
back
three
into
of it,
it.
like
Change of
lean in
topic.
and go like, so who's your teacher? Like that Tiffany person?
That's a
That's a whole other can of worms.
that's
Let's
Good thing we're not in a forest.
let's also not discuss that here.
yeah, let's not repeat the name so often. Even if we're not in a forest, maybe it's like 3 times. It shortens the amount.
Creo.
Like,
No, never mind. I'll PM that to Chris.
Creo says I'll PM that to Chris.
Yes,
His
Yeah.
special power.
that's what he says. That's what
he'll
he says.
whisper
That-
something. He'll
That's
whisper
very
something.
impressive. And who
That's-
is this Chris?
That's some meta magic right there.
Yeah.
Sure is. At this point, I'm going to put my hands under the table and do Druidcraft just to predict the weather for the next 24 hours.
Yeah. Lena, your
Yeah,
turn.
let me look. Is the calendar up to date? Like, because we're on the 13th. That's why. It's the okay. It should be mild, light air, no precipitation, and a few clouds. But tomorrow is gonna be fog, steady rainfall, and it's gonna be slightly overcast.
I have a really quick OC question.
Yeah.
Do I know the radius, roughly, of the Druidcraft weather prediction?
24 hours.
No,
Yes.
that's time.
No.
Radius.
Cloud movements for the 20. Like if it were a massive storm,
For
you would have a
example,
24-hour warning.
Let's say I Druidcraft in her here,
Yeah.
and then Tree Stride to Taria.
You look
Am I
okay.
expecting the same weather, or am I expecting different weather?
You would catch the edges of Taria with your yes.
Damn, okay. So I'm aware that the radius is that big.
Yes. Well, again, for big weather systems, a storm, like if you would to get a storm in the next 24 hours, you would pick up on it. So that's basically the radius, right?
My headset just died.
Not good.
It was
okay.
then his headset just died. Okay,
Yeah.
whatever, Shinny, fuck off. I don't care.
So it's
I didn't
like
hear
wind, rainfall.
I didn't hear anything else in between that, but for weather systems, I assume they're that big. So.
Well, I mean, yes. Again, if you would catch that in 23 hours there would be a storm, the storm travels, right?
Yeah, sure.
So you would have to catch that radius of like, you know, how far a storm could get within 24 hours. So yeah,
Sure.
it's a large radius.
Yeah, okay. Just double checking that I knew that in character. That's fine. So yeah.
But also, it can also have like local hit and miss because weather does change locally on a micro level.
Yes, it does. Yes. That's fine.
So it's about as accurate as the usual weather forecast in real life.
A waste of time is what you're saying.
No,
Wow.
Youch.
This shade.
no, but I'm saying like it's subject to change.
Yeah,
So yeah,
good to know.
dinner. Over dinner, you will also get the story from Jinx about how the Hanged Bard got the name originally. Because currently it's actually being run by two men, an unmarried man and his brother, both of whom are Aasimar. And both owners are law-abiding citizens with no hidden secrets or notable personality quirks, right?
Sure.
Do we know that?
But yeah, because Jinx absolutely stresses how boring they are, right? Like the most
Okay.
interesting fact about the brothers is actually that one of them is a monk. And
Guilty.
What?
Yep, guilty.
Guilty?
Yeah, he's a monk. He's trying to pen for his sins.
No. Let me finish. Fuck's sake. Basically the one that is not a monk worked.
Why am I still sober?
I
It's
don't
literally
know.
on the DC 25 now.
Like, you know, everyone
Right,
is like
you're
starting to stare at you. Is like, how much can she drink?
Are you drinking so heavily then? Like,
Yeah, she's drinking heavily and she's not getting tipsy.
That's her, like, 7th pint.
Anyway.
And she's, like, sober.
like catching up.
I have actually forgotten where I stopped now.
I'm so sorry.
You were
Something
telling us
about the brothers.
Yeah,
One
the
of them is a
boring
monk.
brothers,
The
and
bor-
one
yeah.
of them is a monk.
The even more boring one, the one that's not a monk, he actually used to work underneath the previous owner of the tavern, and it's the previous owner, the original owner, who actually named the tavern, because when they were like building it and putting all the themed stuff in it, they were dragging the statue in, and one of the ways they were dragging it in, they had like a rope like tied around her neck, and then somebody just basically made an offhand comment about like, oh, it looks like a hanged bard. I guess they're gonna hang bards here, and that stuck, and that's how they named it, right?
Thought it was going to be something much more interesting.
Yeah.
And this
Yeah.
is like, look at Jinx, like,
Yeah, and like Jinx gives you like this like accusatory, like, I warned you, it's boring.
oh god.
They have good food. They don't have good stories. Not even I can make it interesting because it's
Good
not.
wine they got too. Glug glug.
Yeah. So but the reason why they have such good wine is because the monk grew up basically in a monastery outside the city that tends to a vineyard, and he learned like how to get good wine, basically.
Oh, poor baby.
VR is immediately drunk, I guess.
She's tipsy. She's tipsy.
I'm tipsy.
The first
Yeah,
step.
tipsy.
Hey.
Hey!
I'm
Not
choosing
drunk.
not to waste all my natural 20s on getting drunk. That's what it
I'm not getting drunk.
Yep.
Come on, get one failure. Finally a fucking failure, but it's still over fucking
But-
20. What's going on?
Basically, the bartender at the moment is, and that might actually draw the attention of some of you, is a female older dwarf who's Otherwise, very boring and average looking. You know, she's kind
Does
of...
she look even remotely like Sanzia?
No.
Just checking.
No,
Okay.
she's a ginger, first of all.
Mhm.
You know, freckled, you know, has ginger hair, which she keeps in a braid hanging over her shoulder. Physically, she's sort of chunky, but then all bards are. Dwarves are. So
Wow.
Bards are chunky.
I'm really sorry, Jinx. I'm really sorry.
I mean, if she be thick, then that's chunky.
Wow.
They, sorry.
But otherwise,
So we've just established taking the bard class instantly makes
Just makes
you
it chunky. Yeah.
Nice.
Good to know. I guess they do hang around taverns all the time, so it does sort of make sense.
Yeah.
This is the point where the GM actually gives up on the session and just like, okay, that's it for today. Bye. See you in 3 weeks.
It's all good.
No, it's good. We're gonna shut up now.
But yes, you do have rooms that you can rent for the night.
Yeah, I thought you said they were free.
Perfect.
No, they didn't say it's free.
You said they were free rooms.
3.
Free, like
Oh.
unoccupied.
It's because I'm tipsy. Sorry, I thought you
were
said
not
free.
No.
Yes.
In that case, I'll sleep on the ship. That's fine.
So yeah, that's all I have for the tavern. Like, if you want to talk to the NPCs, you gotta talk to the NPCs.
No, we don't want to talk to the NPCs.
Okay.
We wanted to talk about to the NPCs, but like every subject is too delicate.
Okay, fine. I want to point out that at some point there will be a woman that comes in that Creo pays attention to, an Asimar woman, and they kind of like shove
Insight check.
roll me an insight check.
I think the result you're getting is they're fucking.
Is tipsy with disadvantage?
Tipsy is
Disadvantage
yes,
on wisdom checks.
Wisdom disadvantage. Yes, exactly. Yeah. God damn it! You wasted
25.
20 though.
While
Hey,
but this roll's important.
They're fucking.
The thing I'm
They're
trying
fucking.
God damn it.
The question is though, is she like hired, or is she
No,
there
she
because
looks
she knows
rich.
he's there?
She's there
Okay.
because she knows
Rich.
he's there. Yeah, she looks
Okay.
rich. She looks like a noble.
Yeah.
That's all I needed to know. He's
Um,
got friends in high places. That's good to know.
Is anyone asking? Because when he walks off,
No.
no.
No,
Goodness, no.
inside check as well.
Do you even notice?
Disadvantage, buddy.
Yeah,
Disadvantage.
because he
Oh, yeah.
visibly gets up and walks over to her. It's not a big tavern. You will see it, right? Yeah, the fuck.
What's
Leave
with
the
all the
poor
really
guy
good
to
rolls?
business.
Wow,
Come on.
Okay.
Like, that's it for the night. That's all the good rolls you had.
Do I
Yeah,
even see this
I've only
happening
used,
anyway?
I've only used one. So Creo never answered. What time are we leaving here tomorrow?
Yeah.
He said he just wants to leave in time to reach
To
the other
arrive
harbor
before dark.
Yes. It takes you
so
8
that's-
hours. Do the
And
math.
it's 8 hours, and it gets dark at 6, so 8, 10 a.m.?
10, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, they said they're not gonna leave without us, right? So
Yeah, they did say
Yeah,
they
it's
were not
gonna
gonna
be
leave.
fine.
yeah, they'll wake us up.
So if we get into a bar brawl and spend the night in prison, will
Oh,
they
you
still
want- you
leave
want-
without us?
You want to get into a bar brawl?
No,
Calm down there. You
Fear-
sound a little bit too excited about that.
you do sound a little bit too excited, Samira.
What's up with you? You've been like pounding those drinks away. You want to fight? Like, you okay?
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I was just
Inside check.
unexpected. Throw me an inside check.
This is where it all goes horribly wrong.
Yes.
Yeah, let me just opposition roll this shit. Where is that?
I'm assuming the food and the drinks tab is open for us on this table.
Still better than you, bitch.
Yes,
Fuck.
it is. Yeah.
She's fine.
In that case, Vieira's going to stop at Tipsy because she knows her limits, and she's just going to keep an eye on like the regular patrons around. Do they seem bothered by us? Are they like, oh god, it's those freaking sailors again, or are they like, oh hey, sailors again? Awesome, new story.
It's very obvious that there are regulars here, right?
Okay, so almost like this is their home tavern that
Yes.
they go
Yes.
to when they're here.
Yep.
Okay. And they obviously travel through regularly enough that the regulars here know them too.
Yes, exactly. To the point of like where they don't even tell the bartender what they're ordering. They just like make a hand motion of like again
Right,
and
more.
yeah,
Okay.
and yeah.
Good to know. Do any of the rest of the crew talk to any of the other patrons in the tavern?
Yes, I mean you have Jürgen who's trying to flirt up whatever is female there and is not completely fucking ugly.
Ouch.
And he's having zero luck. I'm
And he's
assuming.
having zero, like, yeah.
They're aware of his spiel by now.
That man is fishing in deep waters.
Oh boy.
The twins
Oh,
are
boy.
flirting with some fishermen, so you have the party people who are like basically. Otherwise, the crew is again they are low energy, like less than you have seen them before in their home tavern in Penment because they're tired, right?
Yeah.
So even they have their limits.
From that, I'm not drinking anymore, and I'm gonna just pick at food on the plate that's left over. But essentially, just sitting here and waiting out to see who leaves when, and who's like until we're like the last of the table almost.
Yeah. So
Don't know what you
first
two are
of
doing,
all,
by the way. Feel
yeah.
free to jump in.
Getting drunk.
Yes.
Straight
Oh, yep.
Go on.
Go
Cassius,
on. No, I want to find from the crew. Do I know who was on the ship with when Layla disappeared? So who was on the ship with her?
it was this crew.
Like all okay, some of them stayed behind,
minus
right?
Minus Jinx, Inga, and I think Jürgen.
Yeah, clap man, yeah.
Ah, that's a shame. Who of the people that was on the ship with her is currently the most drunk?
That's a good question. Let me check.
I was going to go for Jürgen, but he wasn't
Surely
there.
that revolves some sort of insight check because they may seem drunk but not be.
All right.
Ooh, you want this to go badly, huh?
Yeah.
You're also tipsy.
Just give me a second. Maya just needs something. I'll be right back.
Oh, good.
All right.
Because you are drunk, tipsy, drunk.
I think he's
Don't know,
tipsy.
You're tipsy.
I am now drunk.
Yay!
Yay!
Getting there. Are you going for like Cassius and Vieira gonna have to carry me out of here just so I know in advance?
Don't know. Let's see how it goes.
Okay.
Do you have lesser restoration prepared?
No.
Yay!
Back. Woo!
Hello.
Welcome
So,
back.
sorry, she was asking about the layout of our house, Chris, so she can show it to Helena.
Okay.
If you can send Helena in the meantime the room
The floor
layout.
plan.
Yeah, the floor plan. That would be great. I know.
This
it's
went
like
very serious very quickly.
I know.
Okay.
It's like I don't know. Whatever. Sorry. So Cassius
Anyway.
is trying to try. Well, Lysis would be a good target.
Okay, let me grab the character vault again. Who is this person?
One of the deckhands.
Lysis.
Lysis, yeah.
Lysis Samarak. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright. Yeah. Alright.
He's one of the quieter, less rowdy deckhands. He's one of those like people who quietly get drunk, but you notice it by like the twinkle in their eye.
Mm-hmm.
And he's also very gentle-natured as well. So
Yeah, I'll probably just like at some point move over to where he's sitting. Just like sit down next to him. Doing all right? Having a good night?
Yeah. Oh, he kind of like blinks. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he
So
kind
you
of
guys-
cheers. Cheers.
Oh,
and like
cheers. Cheers.
He like. Do you look him in the eye when you cheer?
Sure.
Okay, like, because if you don't, he will teach you like, this is like, really important. When you do this, you have to look them in the eye or they get super offended. Oh yeah, and don't sit in drafts because you might get a sore neck and die or something like that. I don't know.
A sore neck and die?
Yeah, and he's like super serious about this, right? So I'm not. I'm laughing. He's not.
It's a little bit over the top.
I don't know, it's like, there's smart people here. I'm not a smart person, but, there's smart people, and smart people know things, so you kind of listen to smart people. Like, the captain's smart. I'm not smart. Cheers.
Is this guy?
Cheers.
Is this guy always like this?
I mean, you've never talked to him when he's drunk, but,
okay.
like, he's not a talkative guy. He's one of those people who's like, he will sit there and happily drink to himself. If you start talking to him, because he's drunk, his inhibitions are lowered, so you get like the uninhibited train of thought that usually nobody listens to because he's not sharing it, right?
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. I'm going to like chat with him a little bit, just like let him also talk. Like if he goes on with like these trains, that's fine, and he's listening. And at some point, I'll just like so. When you guys were last time moving the prisoners, where did you like Layla also came with you guys, right?
Prisoners? What? Oh wait.
The
grandmas. Oh no.
Yeah.
Wait. We didn't move them when we moved Layla. What? No, that was before. Like, oh man, we made so many trips with the sea dogs.
One of the trips, like one of the trips with the Carba Sea Dogs, like Layla went with you guys.
Oh
right?
no! We made a special trip just to get her to Karvak. Like.
Oh, to Kabar. Okay.
Yeah.
And she just wanted to stay here, or?
No, she wanted to get out of Penman, so because we're friends, we took her here. So we want to check out some things and trades. But yeah, so we took her like because she asked, and Priya is nice to her, whatever.
Okay. And do you know like if she moved on past that?
Well, I guess so. And she moves all the time.
Okay.
I guess I might have heard some rumors about her like causing some like the usual stuff, like she found something, get them arrested, got her thing, like whatever. I don't think she's in the city. Oh, well, she would be sitting here with us, of course. She would always drink together. Like we're buddy. Hey, cheers! He cheers you again.
Cheers. Yeah. All right.
Oh. And he like then squints into his glass. Oh, this is empty. Oh,
I'll get you a new one. Don't worry.
Okay. He like holds it out to you.
Yeah, and I just
cheers
like
without drinking as well, Cassius. Drink.
take his cup and just like leave the table.
Hey, we drinking? Come on, Vera, get in a bit more. Simmer comes over, stumbling over.
Wow, all right. Chug with her. Still fine. Still tipsy.
Oh, disadvantage. I have disadvantage this time. Yeah, I'm still okay. I'm drunk still normally.
If they're expecting me, I'll make it look like I'm drinking when they drink, except I'll toss it behind me.
I'm so glad I met you guys. We're here. We're moving on from a fucking stupid island. And you good? You good? You good?
I'm good.
Yeah.
You good?
Yeah, fine. Yeah. How are you?
You don't look
I'm good. I'm just getting weepy. I'm
Oh.
good. I'm glad. We're good.
Bad?
We're partying.
Maybe it's time to find a room?
No, I don't want to sleep. I want to keep on partying. What are you talking about?
It's not for sleep, it's so that when you get to that point, you have a room to go to. We're going to carry on partying.
Really? You're gonna
Sure.
keep on. Yeah. We need wine. Do we? Oh, we got that rum. We got the good rum.
It's on the ship. That's
Oh,
Yeah.
no, fuck.
They have enough good wine here. Don't worry about
in
it.
a tavern. I'm sure they've got it covered.
They have multiple wines as a selection, red and white, and they also have, what do you call it, the wine spirit, brandy?
Where's the mimosas?
In the morning.
Yeah.
Mimosas! We were promised mimosas!
They will calm you down and tell you that they serve them in the morning.
So you can stay drunk all day.
Yes, I
All
need that.
night.
I need
Brilliant.
that.
Guardian just like look at Viera like, huh?
What?
Let's
It's the only
look
way
at-
to survive the ship travel, obviously.
Come on,
Nah.
next round. You said in a room? We need a room.
We're in a room.
What?
We're in a room.
What? We're in the bar.
More drinks. Yeah.
What? You know you're
Cheers.
so smart.
Cheers.
Cheers.
She just
Cheers.
poor wall behind me is going to end up drenched in wine.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Oh, double fail.
yeah, this
Jinx
is-
will
yeah.
also pull out their loot and start, and replace the bard of the tavern.
How many people are still left in the tavern at this point?
But what is at this point? Right, I haven't
Several-
really stopped the clock.
Several hours later, I suspect.
2 hours
Yeah.
later.
More like 3 or 4.
Yeah.
You still
Three.
like it's half the crowd originally, so now it's like the tavern
Down
is
to
just-
10.
Yeah, it's like basically the crew and the external crowd are the same number, right?
How many are in the crew? It's 2 lots of 7, so it's 14 plus
It's
captain.
14, but Larrabee is not there. Hastred left. The married couple is not there. You can
10.
give up at some point and left.
9.
Right. The twins
Okay.
are gone somewhere.
Carousing.
With somebody.
Down to 7.
With the same guy. Then, I mean.
So there's still
Fine.
10 of us with us 3.
Kriya's also gone,
Kriya's
probably.
Gone. Yeah, with
Yeah,
the
Kriya's gone. I
noblewoman.
counted that.
Yeah, they
Counted
actually
that.
left the tavern entirely.
Oh, yeah, of
Yeah.
course. Yeah. I'm not going to stay here. Goodness me.
I also want to point out that she had like a paler ring around her ring finger where a ring is missing.
Ooh, someone's cheating.
Oh yeah. Mm.
Obviously.
Mhm.
You don't get that wealthy without a husband. Anyway.
If you have commented,
What's that supposed to
if you
mean?
did comment that out loud, by the way.
No, I did not.
Okay, never mind.
Vieira doesn't comment anything about Creo or his
She's got an internal monologue going on.
fling.
Yeah.
Yes.
She's
That's
always sassing people.
Definitely
internally.
internal. Yeah.
yeah.
No, so like it's probably down to like 5 of us and us 3. So there's still 8.
Yeah.
Still a fair few.
Mm.
But yes, so you were saying Jinx gets her loot out and starts replacing the bard.
Yeah, and then you will get the pleasure of listening to the Mother's Mercy sea shanty. You want to hear it?
You
Yeah.
can't set it up like that and not
I am
do
not
it.
gonna sing it, mind you. 'cause I
What?
have- yeah, I
Wow.
don't know how you sing sea shanties. I don't know.
Unprepared.
There's a lot of boisterous energy behind it.
I mean, I can give you
Usually drunk.
the lyrics.
Yeah, post the lyrics.
Yeah. Ooh. Hey, it's my mother. It's in the rhythm of that one song, right? My mother told me.
I mean, by all means, give it a go.
Yeah. Damn.
Because
Nice, nice,
Samira's
nice.
drunk enough to sing along.
Yeah, she's definitely gonna sing along.
I don't even understand half of the words in that shanty.
And like midst of it, you straight up start sobbing. Just
Aw.
cry singing along, just straight up
And the best
sobbing.
thing is because it's sea shanties have this like thing of like reminding you of other songs that sound similar. So basically, and like there's also a lot
And
of
then
songs that
bringing
like
up memories.
yeah, bring up memories. And there's like sea shanties do tend to revolve around similar topics, which means there's only that many words that rhyme. So they tend to repeat. So you have like basically Samira singing along, not really matching the lyrics, but sort of matching the song, and then bursting out in tears.
My fellow crewmen.
Kind of just like holding her up at this point.
My crewmen. Fuck.
It's like motion to Vera. Let's get her out of here.
Sure.
Sure.
I love you guys, but I miss the crewmen.
Wow, where are you
Just
crewmen
ugly
now?
crying.
Is the barman within general shouting distance, I assume, as
yeah,
people have been
yeah.
ordering more from the table? Cassius, you grab her, I'll grab a room.
Yeah, sounds good. Come on, Samira. Just follow. Yeah, Come
I
on.
never met my fucking mother.
And I'll head up to the barman and ask to procure a room big enough for the three of us.
Yeah, it's
presumably.
it's 4 gold a room per night for all of you.
yeah. Come on. I was just like already carrying her to her room.
They will just like explain to you how to get there and give you like one of those like bigger keys, right? But that have like a proper keyhole, right?
Mhm.
With a room number, and they will also explain like the bard will. I'm sorry, the bard. I keep saying the bard, the dwarf. She will also explain to you how like you have like room numbers proper on the rooms, so like you know.
Mhm.
And as
The
you get
dwarf's also chunky, so it explains why you keep mixing them up.
The
Yeah,
thick
yeah,
bard,
so-
yes.
yeah.
So it's the double chunk.
Yeah.
Double jump.
So she explained that you go around. You also like let her know if you need hot water.
In the morning, yes, please.
Yeah. Okay. And then basically she explained that go up the stairs and just find your room number, and that's it. And it's really like every room
That
has like
will be a struggle, but we'll manage.
metal numbers on the room, like very nice, like in brass.
I hope it's gold furnished for these prices. Crikey.
No, it's not.
Yep.
But the rooms are very comfortable.
Mhm.
Very
Is
clean.
there one bed
No, you have 2 bunk beds. Proper
for
bunk
3
beds.
of us?
Yes.
Where's the
We
graph
have
gonna
bunk
sleep?
beds too.
You have 2 bunk beds, like 1 bunk bed on one side.
4 beds
and,
in total.
Yeah, 4 beds
That's
in total.
not big enough for him.
I mean,
He's large.
yeah, he can sleep on the freaking floor. Nobody calculated a bed for a kitten.
At these prices, I'm unimpressed. They should have calculated for larger guests.
You should have used some of that Vieira persuasion to, reduce the
You're
price
the one
a little
telling
bit.
me to stop trying to make deals because I always screw them up. The last thing I'm going to do is try and make a deal when you're around.
Oh,
Come
man.
on, let's just get her into the room.
Vieira turns grumpy when she's drunk, tipsy.
A little bit.
Why did you delete the lyrics? Come
Oh,
on.
I'm sorry. I'll post it
Yeah,
again. Here.
Control Z,
There you go.
Control Z.
Yeah.
Keeping
The lovely lyrics. Come on.
Yeah,
Say thank you to Snaga. He wrote it.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think I
perfect.
know. I
Thanks.
think I know the song that
Yeah,
this
the
is
base
based on.
premise
I
it's
love that
based
one
on.
song.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, Vieira's going to. The stairs are presumably rickety and shallow, so there's no space for 2 people to help a drunk person upstairs. Vieira's going to let Cassius struggle with that.
Thanks.
Well, I was like, you're already going upstairs. Well, I got the key and stuff, so.
You're so smart, Vera.
Yeah, come on. Just help her up the stairs as
Room
good as I
number
can.
7.
Thank you.
Yay!
and then just head upstairs after them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Get to the room. Get Samira and just like seat her in a bed, just like sit in front of her.
I'm assuming there's a bucket in the bedroom.
Yes.
Move that
Yep.
close.
Yeah, placing that close. You good, buddy?
Yeah.
She just needs another glass.
Yeah. I need a drink.
Vera brought hers from downstairs. You can finish mine. Here you go.
Thank you.
Wow,
love you
snot
guys.
and tears. We love you too, very much.
I'm so old.
Oh, sore topic for Cassius, I think.
Shut it. And I'm not old.
You're not old.
I'm 34 today.
Today.
Oh.
Today's your name day.
It should be winter, but it's fucking summer.
Hey, but that's a good thing. That means it's now like warm outside and you can party late. What, you prefer the cold?
That means my crew. Just ugly crying. I miss the boat, I miss Dragon, I miss Clara, she's dead.
Well, all of my family are dead to me now, apart from my sister.
Oh my god, that's so sad. She's gonna try and hug you. My family's dead too. My brother's dead too. I never knew my mother. My mother. She's gonna start the song again. My mother told me. She's gonna start
Not while hugging me, I hope. Otherwise,
she is.
Vera pats her on the back and casts Lesser Restoration. Easy does it. Easy does it.
Sit down.
Okay.
Fuck.
Just sit down.
Okay, fuck. Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
It's fine.
No worries.
You're with friends. But
Fuck.
you were a little all over the place. And unlike Cassius, I can't calm you. The only thing I can do is remove the alcohol from your system.
The calming is only going to work for that long. And sometimes it's good to get it out of your system.
It's your name day. Happy name day.
Yeah, happy name day.
Thank you. Fuck. I'm so sorry. That was. Oh my god, that's so embarrassing.
No, not at all. My people get drunk all the time. A little bit less crying involved, usually, but
Yeah, today's a fucking bad day.
Ah,
I don't
it's
even know
alright.
when my birthday would be.
I have no clue at all.
You guys are so sad.
It's at the end of summer, but it probably has happened already.
Yeah, it should be back home. It should be winter. It should be winter solstice actually. We should. Yeah.
In that case, my birthday was like a month ago.
I usually go
End of
stargazing around this time with my friends, but fuck if that doesn't work today.
We can go stargazing.
Where?
Come on, let's go.
What?
Yeah,
Get
There's
up.
no
And
stars.
she grabs her hand and then picks her up and hoists her out of the bed. And starts
What are you
pulling her
doing?
out of the room. Let's go.
What are you
Stargazing.
doing?
it's
We're
just
going
following
stargazing.
them. I was like curious where this is going.
And we're gonna head downstairs, lock the door behind us, obviously. Head downstairs, and she's not gonna say anything other than we're going stargazing. Just follow.
Nobody's paying attention to you anyway.
Yeah,
What?
and it's late at night anyway, and she's gonna start hiking them up the stairs, looking for somewhere that's like on the edge of a cliff, but not dangerously on the edge of a cliff.
Yeah,
You said
that.
there's little nature parks and stuff.
Yeah, it's like
Um,
yeah.
and she's gonna drag her until we find one of these places that looks a little bit comfier to lie down on, rather than the stone flooring. But once they're there, Viera will tell you to lie down, and she'll get down, and she sits down and kind of pulls her hair around to the front of her so that it's not lying in the grass. And she lies down and looks up at the sky.
What? Lie
Come on,
next to you. What
lie
are
down.
you
Yeah.
doing?
Lie down next to you too as well.
And close your eyes.
What?
Close your eyes.
Okay.
And with Druidcraft, she's going to summon a very simple night sky. Quite high above them, 30 or 40 feet, I think is the range, roughly. But she's going to mimic the night sky back in Faerun that she knows. And then say, open your eyes. And you can see little twinkles of light. They're hovering 30 feet or so above, but they are mimicking the night sky. They are constellations from the north that you may or may not know.
How are you
And then
doing this?
It's a simple spell, same one I use to predict the weather, but I can create simple effects with it too.
It's beautiful. It's very nice.
And every so often she's redoing it, and you can see like she mutters for a second, and then the sky kind of blips out and reappears again.
Samir
By
will
the way,
start
it
reaching.
also
yeah.
wouldn't be 30 feet up because I think it covers only a 5-foot cube, so it would be a bit closer. Otherwise, you would have the sun
sure.
shining around it and ruining the illusion.
Yeah, sure.
Samir will
so
start reaching out her hands to just grasp Vera's
you're
hand and just squeeze it.
almost able to touch it if you reach upwards. You would realize as well. So, and she'll start pointing out some of the constellations. A lot of them have elvish names, which you probably don't understand.
Yeah.
But
Samir is gonna say, I know this one. We call it this.
Mhm.
Just
There's the
squeeze your hand.
marksman. There's the centaur. There's lots of them. I know sailors use these to navigate when they're on the sea. I heard that in some of the port towns as I passed down the coast, but
Yeah.
I thought you'd like to see it. You mentioned stargazing, so
It's God. This is a bit of a home. I know I was blubbering when I said it earlier, but
yeah.
I love you guys. Thank you.
Mhm.
Love
I
you
think
too.
we all miss home parts of it, at least.
We all had reasons to leave or seek something new, and you're never going to not miss home unless you hated it there. So
Yeah.
Even if there's parts you hated, you can still find parts that you can miss.
you'll have good memories,
Good
and
memories,
you'll remember
yeah.
those instead.
I want to try something. If you, I have that spell. You know that message spell, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think I've got something that's slightly bit more powered up, but I was scared to try and use it to reach back home. Try if it. I don't know if it would work, but I want to try. Would you?
Do you want to reach back home?
I want to try. If I for half of my fucking life, I spent my birthday with at least one of them, one of my friends back home. I want to try to reach back home if that
Try
works.
it. Try it. Just do it.
Give it a go.
I hope it works. I don't know if it would, but I'm going to cast Sending to, like I told you, to Dragan. And it's going to be very, very quietly as she just...
No.
No, not
Stop.
quietly.
Stop.
Say the words.
Stop. No sense.
Okay.
Basically, the moment you reach out, you hit the fucking stone wall. Roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Ooh. Okay. Oh no, it's bad.
Yeah, you take 3 psychic damage.
Yeah.
And your nose starts bleeding.
That
Oh.
doesn't look good or successful.
That's like
So
a
it's
okay?
sledgehammer to the fucking brain. Dong! Basically.
Can I inspect her to see if I understand? Like, she just took physical harm.
Yeah, she starts blinking rapidly, and there starts like blood like pooling at one of her nostrils. She looks like somebody like smacked her in the face, but you didn't see the smacking, right?
I don't recommend trying that again.
What? Fuck! It doesn't work. Fuck.
It doesn't work because they're somewhere else, or
It felt like a wall, Shinny. What did it feel like?
It felt like you ran face first into a brick wall, yeah, at full speed.
So something's blocking you.
Fuck!
sense.
Can't. Yeah.
To clarify, you felt the magic coming. It started swelling. The moment you tried to reach out to this particular person, which would have involved reaching into a different plane of existence outside this world, is where you smacked the wall. It felt normal, like you would when you cast magic. And then bam! And then, yeah.
Fuck! It doesn't work. It's fucking blocked. Oh,
Makes sense with some of the things that the father told us.
god damn it!
Here,
Can't even
here.
have this.
And it's like place my hands on her nose, and I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds.
Doesn't do anything. Long rest needed.
No, it's.
Oh.
I think it's like that fucking thing
Just
that
clean
happened
up.
when with what?
No, just clean up the blood instead. I was gonna
Yeah,
say.
I just wiped my nose. Just. I think it's like that thing with the promise. It doesn't just punishes.
Just sticks. Yeah. Okay.
Which why the fuck would you? God, it sucks even worse. But this was nice while it lasted.
Yeah.
You have your memories. And what we talked about before, same thing applies. They're not necessarily around, but you have them with you. So, and see it this way. If you didn't come here, you wouldn't have met us. So,
Yeah.
counts for something, right?
That
Or
counts
any
for
of the
something.
very interesting other people along the way. Like Snaga.
Like Snaga.
Like Larrabee.
Yeah, I
You
could have
guys haven't
probably done
really-
that.
Well,
You haven't been introduced to him, really, have you?
No.
He's very polite, actually.
Yeah, he just laughed at me.
You probably did something funny then.
yeah, of someone else, Destrian.
Dastrin? Jinx? The crew?
Okay, three good experiences. 4 if we're doing it we're getting onto 4 if yeah.
I'm sure
And
there'll
we-
be many more.
Definitely. I mean, look at this city. It's nice.
It is. I mean, it's
Close to home somehow.
It smells of oranges and sea.
It's
For all the weirdness of the sun, it's certainly something you haven't seen before.
no, that's true, but it doesn't mean news is always better. But yeah,
No, but
it's
But
new.
we know there's an outside world where it is normal like that.
Yeah, and
Maybe
we
that's
have
one of the
possibility
goals
go
you
there.
should aim for.
Yeah.
yeah.
See one last sunrise.
One last, as if once I step out there, see a sunrise, I'm gonna die, right?
See at least one last sunrise.
Yeah.
Sounded a bit ominous to say the way you said it.
Yeah.
I certainly
Yeah.
plan to be able to see at least one last sunrise and
Yeah.
starrise.
Yeah, I want to see the sunrise, I want the sunset, I want to see the stars again, I want to get you to your weird-ass fucking finger person, Cassius.
It's not the most exciting goal, but
No, but it's an important one.
mm,
It's an
we'll
important
see.
one. Yeah. Yeah, and we're gonna get you to your sister.
If she's even still alive.
Let's
Judging
assume
by that,
so.
judging by that alleyway, even the
Ah.
safe places aren't safe.
Cities are
Yeah.
not safe. You know this.
Cities are never safe.
Mm-hmm.
They're
nature,
very
nature
similar.
is safer.
I would say they're actually very similar in that way.
Mm-hmm. Just different dangers.
There's always danger in that sense.
At least there's no hidden mazes that could lead you to weird-ass creatures in this city.
Well,
That
there
you know
might
of.
be.
Oh, that better not be.
That might be.
Had enough of those for...
What's this about hidden mazes leading you to weird-ass creatures?
There's
Yeah.
stories.
Yeah.
There are stories. We both lived in the city where
Yeah,
there was a couple of alleyways you just didn't go in because people didn't come out.
Yeah, I think in Aragon there was like city built like on top of or next to the city, and there's so many hidden pathways, and many people get lost. Like I think
they
a
found
couple of them died.
I found like an arm like drifting out of one of the
Ooh.
sewer pipes.
Yeah, that too.
Speaking of drifting arms. Perfect transition. Cassius, you will notice, and you kind of use this behavior of like in cities, like when you hear people oncoming, you kind of quieten you down or even completely stop talking right until they pass by. Especially because you guys are like lying there on the shore, right? But there's a pathway not too far away from you, so like there's a couple of people like coming by, like two men. And they're quietly talking about each other. Apparently, some man has been found murdered in one of the side alleys.
News travels fast.
I mean, you get the impression that, yeah, sure, this city is not perfect, but like murders inside alleys do not happen on a daily basis, right? AKA, therefore, the news travels really fucking fast.
Do we hear any other details? Who they were, what it was about, or do they not know?
Old man, they don't know who it is. Apparently not somebody from here. Human, not even an Asimar.
Race crime. Sounds about right.
Not even an Asimar. Wow, that's a wording there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Apparently traveling through on the way to Tucson. Some merchant.
A strange day for an unusual murder to happen and for a fucking dust thing. Both at the same night.
For an unsuspecting town, there's an awful lot going on.
Yeah. Once you like spend some time in towns, there's always stuff like this.
One
Sometimes
of them
it's
says,
connected.
like, did you hear that they apparently found a treasure map on him? That's good. And then they go on to talk about other weird rumors that they heard recently, as it happens in cities.
Yeah, I mean, it usually happens back in our cities, but I don't know. There's supposed to be law and order here.
Supposed to be.
From the conversation,
good
you
to
hear
know that the law and order isn't so high pitched.
No, but like from the conversation, you get it like the moment the body was discovered, and keep in mind it was in a dark alley in a side thing, right? Basically, somebody immediately called the guards, and the guards like swarmed in there, securing the crime scene and everything. So.
A little too little.
Seem to be very good at swarming crime scenes after they happen. Yeah.
And not preventing them in the first place.
They're the people who were witnessing it happening in real time. Yeah.
Yeah. If only.
Yeah,
If only they didn't already have an experience with the guards and was like, no.
Yeah. If only someone stepped in that actually fucking cared.
Well, I mean, they'd have to have witnessed it first.
Yeah, of course.
I saw
Exactly.
nothing. Don't know what you were talking about.
Yeah.
Anyway, after a short amount of time, Vera would suggest it's quite late, and she's probably going to head to bed.
Yeah. We should go to bed too. We got an early morning tomorrow.
Yeah.
Early, yes, and we gotta go.
Oh, yeah, it's
Early
11:30 at this point. yeah.
God, I'm once more. I'm sorry for all this fucking drama.
Don't worry
Don't
about
think
it.
about it. We're not worried about it.
Okay.
Come on. It's like,
Yeah.
get up. Like, reach out my hand to grasp her out of the grass, basically. Help her up.
Gladly accept that and.
Vera just lies there in the grass, expecting the same, and then disappointed when it doesn't happen.
No. Like, you're next. It's like, come on. Up you go.
She'll reach
Please.
up and then pull him down.
I'll let it happen.
Okay.
I've got to be stronger at least sometimes.
Yeah, come on, and I'll
Sure.
reach my hand down to Viera. Come on.
And everyone gets up.
Alright,
Yeah, you move back to the shippy. Or are you going back to the tavern?
No, we're
The
going
room,
back
we
to
paid
the-
for it.
We
I'm sorry.
paid for the room.
You're going back to the room. Fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Alright.
We're gonna call it a break here. 10 minutes.
Break.
Yeah.
Because she didn't pay attention. Actually.
No, it's fine. It's break time.
Break
So-
time.
Break
Snack time.
Be right back time.
Hit a long rest once you arrive. By the time you get back, the crew is actually gone. Right? They retired for the evening. And there's only a few stragglers left. Not strangled.
Strangled.
This scene is getting crazier and crazier.
No.
There's a couple of strangled bodies. It's like, alright.
We come into the hanged bard,
What do we
Is-
and
expect?
the bodies are just lined up, hung
Yeah,
from
yeah.
the rafters.
Excuse me, Shinny, is this Westgate? Is this the city where I need to be? Because if this is Westgate, I'm staying.
No,
It's a
it's not
cleaner
Westgate.
Westgate.
No.
Oh.
Westgate
Yeah,
is somewhere else.
immediately healing up the headache with my healing hands.
Yeah.
So I'm back to full.
Pressing it to your temples again.
Oof.
Good morning.
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 Not so loud.
Oh, you good? Oh, do you have? Ooh.
Is this
A
a
little bit
first?
sensitive. No, of course
Yeah, this is a first for you. Okay, we're gonna be quiet now. Do you want a mimosa now, or just something fatty to eat?
not. Neither.
Good. Okay. Hangover food is usually the best choice now, but you do you.
I'll pass.
I'd like to try a mimosa.
You have the soft pelting of rain against your window.
Oh,
Yeah.
fantastic.
It's a very dark morning as it's raining.
Are we sure it's morning?
Yeah, it's light.
Okay.
By,
Okay,
you're
fine.
looking at the window and going, my eyes.
Can't be
Alright.
that bad.
I mean, it's just a hangover from
If
tipsy,
you hang
so
over,
it's,
it's gonna be
it's
less
not going to
sensitive,
be.
It's just an exhaustion point technically, but it's a slight hangover.
Yeah. Anyway, what you doing?
Let's go down and see if anyone's still around. If not, then we should go to the boat.
Let me get the clock going. Give me a second.
Yeah,
Oh,
what time
yeah,
is it? That's a good question.
You slept. Give me a second.
They left without you
2,
guys.
3,
Good luck.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Question: did Viera actually sleep, or chance?
No. She did not.
Not trance or not sleep?
She tranced.
Okay.
Okay, so her hangover should technically be over already, so right?
Yeah, you should be fine then.
So it's about 8 a.m. Yeah, so it's day, like right outside. It's not that bright because it's raining, so it's a dark, day. Because rain.
All right, let's get some breakfast going and
Yeah.
try maybe a mimosa. I mean, it's why we're here, right?
Cassius,
Yeah.
roll me what would it be? Wisdom check.
Oh,
A
okay.
wisdom check.
It's more an instinctual thing, so this is why I'm going for wisdom.
Okay, interesting.
Okay.
Wait, sorry. Because I'm exhausted. This is. Oh no.
Why
yeah,
exhausted?
I'm exhausted.
Oh yeah, because
I have hangover.
During your
Or-
hangover, it's technically a one exhaustion point.
Yeah,
during
so
that time.
2 hours of exhaustion basically.
Yeah.
And that means it's a disadvantage for an ability check, right?
Yeah.
Do I remember
Exactly.
right? Yeah,
Exactly.
okay. Yep, gotcha.
Give me another one. Yeah, it's fine. It's still more than
Pretty
10. So you get a brief flash as you like opening the door. It's how sometimes you sleep and you dream and you don't immediately remember, but like something triggers your memory afterwards after you get up.
Yeah.
And you get this like really brief flash of like, oh, I actually dreamed of, and it's like, it was actually a dream of a flashback of a memory of one of the nights that you spent away from Samira and Vera and with somebody else, in the middle of, embracing the person. So it was like basically a very intimate flashback dream, and you just get like a brief, and then you snap out of it, like unwanted memory.
Okay, let's get some fucking mimosas.
Yeah. I mean, usually, like, a little bit of a drink after during a hangover helps you, usually, but I don't know how it would work for you.
It works. Let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Let's go. Grab a breath. I take it breath slept.
Yeah.
Okay.
He napped. He kind of shifted over to like sleeping during the night. Like,
Okay. For now.
For now, yeah. Because he doesn't have anything to do, so he might as well sleep.
Yeah.
He's like sleeping most of the time. He's like doing the catnap thing of like napping constantly because he has nothing better to do.
It's the easiest way to pass the time too.
Yep.
So, yep. All good.
He is enjoying the stroll. Like he does do the stretching and the forward stretch and then the up stretch with the round back. Like.
Yeah.
Although it's way more impressive with a large cat like that when they do that.
Yes.
Because you see like every single sinew rippling underneath the fur, right?
And he's not a chunky cat, so.
You get fish stew for breakfast. Very warm to warm you up with this like coolish weather.
Oh, good.
And mimosas if you want them.
Do you think we have time to do some shopping before we head back?
I mean, what would you
You're
want?
leaving at 10, right? So.
I mean, if
Yeah.
we
Could be
can
a couple
rush,
hours.
we could go, but what would you want to shop for?
I'm looking for a waterproof cloak
Ooh,
that isn't wool,
okay.
Not a bad idea.
because wool will weigh 60.
The bartender, same dwarven woman, will catch it as she's like bringing you the breakfast. He's like, oh, you're looking for... Oh, you have a shop right around the corner. Does like fishing supplies. You got coats for like, raincoats for fishes.
Convenient.
That would be great. Does it have a name, or is it just several shops around the corner?
Oh no, it's Drowned Fred.
Drowned Fred.
I'm noticing it. Everyone's a little macabre here with the naming of their buildings. Is that a trend in general, or?
It's gallows humor.
Gallows.
Is there a lot of hanged people here?
She's like, oh, you're taking me serious? No, of course not. No, that we used to do this in the past, not anymore.
We heard some rumors last night from some people passing by that somebody was murdered.
Oh, you heard that too? Oh, that's really unfortunate. I mean,
Is that normal?
it happens. As in any city, people.
It happens.
Yeah.
Okay, it's normal.
It's not normal. We don't shank people
Okay.
all the time.
You're involved.
No, you're a weird one. No. She like turns to Cass. It's like, no, we don't shank people. It's like,
Okay.
no, it's
No,
not
proper
Things
people
happen.
don't shag other people. Come on.
I wondered if I
You
just
need a
got.
proper
Proper
dagger for it.
people
Come
might
on, not a
shag
shank.
other people. And she got
I wondered if I just got directions around the corner to what might have been my own shanking.
No,
But
it's like
as
around the
you
corner
pointed
down
out-
the street. You just walk. It's in pub. Oh man, it's like you
Hey,
elves
when
are
you-
really
when-
judgmental.
When you not
Judge-
judgmental, they just don't know whether
But
you're serious. or not.
us other races are not all murdering maniacs. Thank you very much.
She doesn't believe you're murdering maniacs, otherwise she'd believe I'm one too. But just saying, she's just a bit blunt. That's just her.
You know, us
Just-
dwarven kind can also follow the law like any other Asimar. You know.
Didn't say
She's
anything about that. Just ignore her. It's fine. Thank you for the directions.
She kind of squints at
you.
you. Roll my persuasion check.
Wasn't being judgmental at all.
I'm talking about Cassius. Roll my persuasion check with disadvantage.
Doesn't he already have disadvantage?
Yeah.
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 I was just reminding him. He kind of squints at you. All right. Can't say no to a pretty face. And
Give her a wink.
It's the hair.
it's the hair. What a
You should
what
see,
amazing hair.
he wakes up like that. I don't know how he does it. Obviously, Vieira's hair is all over the place right now because she's just woken up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's
You gotta
a
be
it's
careful.
a, it's a
there's no
gift and a
shoes at
curse.
midnight.
Just look at her. It doesn't like
Man,
murder.
if my man would have hair like that on his face, I would. Oh man.
On his face.
Well, yeah, proper
Okay.
beard, but like well kept, like that hair,
I
and
get it.
braided and shiny and soft. But it's not soft, so it's like abrasive. You know what I mean?
I take it your man's lacking hair.
No, he's not lacking hair. It's just very
Okay.
coarse. It gets everywhere.
So what you're saying?
It's eyebrow raise.
She starts
wouldn't happen to
blushing,
know-
by the way.
Speaking of brushing, you wouldn't happen to know a coat
Blushing.
shop or a brush shop
But for the brush shop for like hair, you have to go
for hair?
upstairs.
Comb shop.
You know, up the stairs. To,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Is it just a general beauty supply shop or just brushes?
Oh no, you have a beauty shop.
No, never
the main
mind.
square?
Never mind.
Ah, you foreigners, you don't like the stairs. So she kind of like winks at you.
We've already
gotta
got to go
time limit.
downstairs, so
Yeah.
I don't really want to go upstairs.
But no, what I
it's
wanted
fine.
to say, no, not many people get murdered. It happens, like in any city. Like people get shanked, but it's not like it happens every day, multiple times. It's a law-abiding city.
Did they deserve it?
How would I know?
Okay, so you don't know any more about the story. just
No,
that
it's
someone-
some human apparently. Some dude.
Oh, in that case, he probably deserved it.
Ooh, you hear that, Cass?
Wow. Fucking excuse me.
And now she sounds like all the other elves. Knew it. She kind of like shakes her head and walks away. Knew it.
God, these people
Wow.
here are so easily offended.
For someone who keeps going on about gallows humor, they sure can't take some other humor.
It's so easily offended, seriously.
Never mind.
No, it's fine. You can kill me. Just don't shave my hair.
We won't.
Priorities, huh?
Yeah.
We won't.
But in the aftermath, you won't really be in possession of your body. We could shave you.
I'll come back.
Just for that.
I'll come back.
Yeah.
Just for that. Just for that.
All right.
What you guys
Do you
doing?
want to go?
TikTok.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
Finishing
you want to go.
breakfast.
You want to go for that brush as well as the red coat,
No,
or just...
forget the comb. I can make one when
I can fix your hair.
You can.
You can get my comb. It's a bit more wide tooth set rather than fine that you would need, but you can use it.
Probably need finer, but it's fine. I've managed this long. I'll manage until we get to Tucson. Once we get out of the city and on some proper land, I could probably carve something out of wood.
Meanwhile, you can use mine. Okay, it should be at least a stopgap method.
Sure. Okay.
You want to get some coats at least? That's
Also,
higher priority.
It's raining.
Cassis, please don't lie to us and tell us you don't have a comb. You have to have a comb.
What?
He doesn't have a comb. He uses his fingers and that spell.
This is my little secret.
God. So vain. Okay, let's go. Let's get moving.
Right. Follow her directions round the corner, down the street.
Yeah.
To the coat shop, and enter.
Yeah. Fred is behind the counter.
Oh, he's not drowned yet.
Isn't he?
Okay.
Not yet.
No, he's if you're commenting on that, he's like, nah, that was my grandpa.
Okay. He was.
Did he drown?
My grandfather, yeah, he's drowned.
Sorry for your loss. We're looking for some coats. Perhaps it's raining outside. Perhaps you can help.
Oh, like raincoats. Yeah, raincoats. And here, and he will show you raincoats. And I'm gonna stop with the horrible accent.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that.
3
More
raincoats.
More.
Raincoats. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Vieira attempting to copy his accent, by the way.
Oof.
He will very squint at you. By the way, he's Asimar, right?
Mm-hmm.
He gives you. He gives you like that annoyed look of fucking.
So you don't know what to
elves.
impersonate.
Right.
Why?
So he speaks common, or
is he speaking Is he speaking Celestial? Because I assume me going in and talking is common.
Yes, and he answered in common. This is yeah.
Which was also the accent.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, he's giving you a resting bitch face of
I'm not trying to offend you. I'm just.
Wouldn't be the first time. Your kind likes to do that.
Do they? Not where I'm from.
Let's move on, please.
Better understand the language.
All right.
We're
here to.
You don't want
this has happened today yet. Yes, raincoats, please.
Yes, please.
Yeah. Find cloak, Abel in the shopping list.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, okay. Abel, find cloak.
Well, Lena is responsible for the calendar. Abel is responsible for the shopping list because he's the one who asks me the most.
Don't make me responsible for anything because that's a travesty.
You're responsible for notes.
Cloak. We all take notes. A cloak mantle is normal cost 4 gold pieces. Cheap 3 gold pieces.
It's expensive one.
The expensive one.
Yeah, because it's a raincoat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so you need a cloak or coat because there's 2. There's a cloak / mantle, and then there's a coat.
What is the more expensive one? Under the expensive ones than that.
So 8 gold pieces.
Which one costs more? That one.
8 times 3. Okay, I'm gonna give that.
They're really good.
Whoa.
Because we're buying in bulk. Can I try to? And I'll try to really convince.
Bulk free, especially after what Vieira pulled. You can try, but
I'm doing it in Celestial, and I'm apologizing for her that she's new to Hohi and that she's oblivious like the rest of her kind.
So
and I'm saying this is Celestial, and I'm basically shit talking
with disadvantage anyway.
Yeah, this just so you know, and so Samira knows, I'm shit talking her in Celestial.
Yeah.
Vieira is oblivious.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
For now.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah, no, you're not getting discount.
Yeah.
That's why don't fucking diss shopkeepers.
Yeah, I just start emptying out in silver pieces. Have fun counting. Ching,
he will be like 8 gold.
Yeah, no, we're getting 3 pieces, right? Right, we're getting 3 pieces, right?
24.
Yeah, 24. That means 240 silver pieces. 240 Silberstück.
You gave him that in silver.
240 silvers.
I mean,
We
he's
don't-
dissing us.
Do
He's
we
getting
look
silver.
like the kind of people who carry gold coins around on us?
Okay,
Crazy.
so once
You're lucky
you're
we didn't do
actually
copper.
done, he will basically, and if like almost like very close to like just fucking throwing you out of the shop.
Wow. Meanest shopkeeper ever.
So,
Never
Vera,
coming here again.
well, we're never coming here again anyway.
That's lucky.
Just try and insult shopkeepers after we're done with the buying.
I wasn't insulting him.
You were.
I was trying to figure out his dialect.
Yeah, that's
Tone?
mocking someone. Like
Yeah,
if you can't pull it off, you're mocking.
Yeah.
Are you, as opposed to learning?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean,
Yes.
you don't really learn an accent. Like, maybe you can get directly in front of people badly. That's. I mean,
Oh no, you can learn an accent. You just have to do it convincingly.
Yeah.
And if you're trying in front of them, that's mocking. Yes.
People don't like you trying to learn in front of them. Got it.
Learning a language, but learning a accent is very different because it sounds mocking very quickly.
Good to know.
Just for future reference.
People are strange. At no point would any of my kin look at me like I'm trying to mock them. They would be like, "Oh, you're trying to learn."
If I would start trying to talk with your accent,
Yeah.
as a simple human,
As a simple human, yeah.
You're everything but simple.
that's true.
maybe in the head, but you know.
I would be curious as to why you're trying to talk like that. Sure, and if you said,
Because
"Well,
your
you're trying
accent is
to understand it,"
burned!
Don't ever talk to me like that.
Sorry.
Otherwise, you're gonna get more drowned crew on your hands.
yikes. I feel like now's a good time to head towards the ship.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Cassia seems to be the sour mood this morning. Wonder why?
No mimosa?
No mimosa. Shitty drink.
Let's go. Let's go.
Alright.
Let's fucking go. What are you waiting for?
Let's go.
Let's go.
At least
I'm
you
sorry,
have
I'm sorry.
raincoats.
Yeah, at least we have raincoats. There's that.
Speaking about how heavy are they? Since you looked them up, Abel, how heavy are they?
I think I only have the prices here.
Oh, okay.
Let me check. Oh, yeah, it's only the prices, so. you have
Okay.
to-
Oh,
it's
damn
just
it!
a
Shopping!
coat.
Coats.
Coat.
D&D coats. God damn it.
There isn't any.
So probably just the same as a cloak. Just to make it easier. Or
Yeah,
not.
heavy coat there. Oh no, it's 10 pounds.
It's not £10 because cold weather gear is only £8, and that includes
Yeah,
coat.
okay, then it's 5 pounds.
Yep.
Because in 3.5, it's like heavy coat, 20
Yeah,
pounds. Like what?
No one uses that edition. It's awful.
Anyway,
Anyway, moving on. So coat.
But doesn't it get half because we're wearing it?
Yeah, if
Yes.
we're wearing it,
Yes.
it's half.
So it's 2.5.
Perfect.
Alright. While we're making our way to the ship and putting our coats on, just sidling up next to Cassius, just sorry if I had a sore spot. Are you okay? You're in a bad mood today.
No, I'm fine. It just went a little too far.
Okay, I won't tease you about that again. Just thought that we usually do that. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah. It's fine. It's in the past. Let's go.
Okay. Alright.
Forgiven and forgotten.
Okay.
yeah, you're getting to the ship. The crew is in full swing of getting ready, right? They basically look at the finishing thing of like ready to take off. So just like anxious looking for it. It's like basically the moment they see you, it's like, they're here! Come on! And they like kick off in full gear, like get you on board and to get going.
Mhm.
And you're out at sea within half an hour.
Whee! We're on the sea.
Whee! Let me
On a
switch
boat.
over. I'm on a
To
boat.
nowhere.
We're on the road to nowhere.
No,
God damn it.
we're on a boat to nowhere.
Yeah, wait. I gotta.
Or a midnight train going anywhere.
Shush. Mhm. I need a good ship song. There.
Oh, it's pretty intense.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it's like either this is the result of the conversation that we just had, or something else is about to happen.
No, you just.
There's gonna be a fight on deck any
I
minute.
thought, a bit more intense music, so we wake up a bit. So yeah, you're out at sea.
Mm-hmm. Okay, spent some time getting all my stuff back and all tied up and settled.
You need to turn off the seagulls.
And then I'm gonna go and see if Jinx is approachable. Like if they're on the somewhere I can talk with them.
They're up in the crow's nest, so you gotta if you're looking for Jinx, they will point you upwards.
Okay, I'm making my way up. Climbing up.
Yeah, hey.
Hey.
Oh, hi.
Hi, sorry to disturb you. Got a nice view here. Just wanted to ask you something. You're the bard, like the storyteller around here, right?
I try to be, yeah.
Yeah. Question, do you got any books or something? Anything nice written down?
What kind of books?
Just whatever kind. I mean,
Erica has a
preferably-
bunch of books. I
what
keep
kind of
everything in
books
my
does she
head.
have?
Well, in the raunchy kind.
Okay, what?
But with a lot of sailors in it, if that's...
Alright, thanks for the recommendation. I'm gonna check it out then. I'll... Erica's the cook, right? She's in the kitchen right now?
She's not the cock yet, but she is...
Cook.
She is named
Cook.
Cock.
Like
Yes.
the mix.
Yes.
Cock, cook, it's my head.
She like Jinx laughs. It's fine.
I'm so sorry, languages get mixed up sometimes.
Don't be sorry. It's been a long evening. Did you guys get rest?
Yeah, we got a good rest.
Is
you guys
everything
got
alright?
to-
You got a bit, teary last night?
Yeah, your song was very, very hard hitting, and it was beautiful.
Oh, well, thank you. It's our song, our cruise song.
That's nice.
But I'm always looking for inspiration. So, I do like your stories. So if you have more to share, I'm happy to listen to.
Maybe someday I'll.
If you want to
I'll tell you
talk
some
about
of
your
my
friends
tales.
and your
Yeah.
tales, maybe I can make them into a song, and then you can sing about them.
All right. Maybe I'll hit you up later then.
No?
All right, I'll leave you. I'll leave you be
know
then.
where to find me. Jinx finger guns you.
All right. Climbing my way back down.
Yep.
Making my way to Erica.
Yeah, I need less dramatic music for talking to Erica. Give me a second.
Erica the cock. God damn it. Fucking.
First of all, and this, and this. There we go. And the sails. Love this. So, okay, you go down to Erica. I will actually switch you over to the map. Mother of Mercy, activate. Can I take a moment? Erica should actually be below deck. Yeah, she is.
Hi.
Oh, Hi. And she's like, she was just about to like sit down. She actually has a book in her hand.
Oh, sorry to disturb you. I was just, Jinx told me you have a lot of books on board.
Oh, I mean, it's a small collection, but yeah.
Would you mind maybe borrowing one to me for a bit?
Did Jinx tell you that they're like certain kind of books?
No worries.
You sure?
Yeah, no worries.
You're pretty raunchy.
That's no worries.
I mean, girls, they're usually not into that. I mean, okay, the girls in our crew are, but like, we're not really normal girls. But you know what?
I mean, I don't really want to go into what a normal girl is supposed to be like, but okay, yes, I'm sure.
Alright, so I have a bunch about, you know, ships and sailors and pirates.
Okay. Just
Mostly about pirates. Mostly
What's the
about
best?
pirates
What do you-
kidnapping damsels in distress. And them falling for the rugged, handsome pirate.
Okay, recommend me something with a rugged, handsome pirate then.
Alright, well, and she kind of like taps her fingers and goes like to the shelf here and opens like an entire array of books over here, right? And then like kind of like thinks for a moment and then pulls like they're all thin books, mind you. None of them is thick. Like they're all like, you know, smaller size. Brief reads, right? Like quick reads, right? So she will pull out one. It's like, oh wait, oh here, and then she pulls out another one. Sorry, it's like different languages. Here, this one.
All right, thank you.
It's like about this, well, girl, and she's on a ship, and the ship gets boarded
I get it.
by pirates.
Okay,
She kind of rubs her neck and looks away.
I'm just gonna go. I'll bring it back before we. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna bring it back to you.
It is Asimar girl, so I figured you might like that.
Maybe you can give me another one.
Oh, okay. Wait. Should I? Oh, right here. This one is a bit like it's about fake creatures, centaurs.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Why not?
Sure.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Make my way to find Cassius. Like, where is he? Where's the body? Where's Cassius at? Oh, there.
Oh
he
man,
is.
it
Where's
still
Cassius
has
at?
like all the token things here.
Yeah, that's all like the movement stuff.
There Cassius is.
In the meantime, I was doing something.
What are you doing? We're gonna find you.
What am I doing? I was like, as soon as we got off on the ship, just make my way over to Creo, actually. So there's Larrabee and what's this other guy with him?
Larrabee is scrubbing the deck. Is somewhere else.
Okay.
Yeah, here.
And there is this place.
Vivara will be here, and Hastrid will be up here, and they're talking to each other when you come there.
Ah, okay. Yeah, just like approach.
Like Hastrid is like leaning here, or actually Creo is, and Hastrid is like, or change at the. No, change it up a bit. There we go. Yeah. So, and Creo like nods at you as you approach.
Morning.
Morning.
Everything
Everything
going
alright?
well? Oh. You first?
Wow. Sure. We're out to sea.
Nothing, y'all got a good rest?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing like
Kinda
a
just
good
like-
night's rest. Oh yeah. How's your friends? Anyone sick? Do we need to send Panacea over to you guys to take care of it?
Yeah, I could probably just like send her over preemptively to Vera. If she has more of those herbs, it's probably going to help her.
Yeah, and he will like call out over to Vivare, like, Vivara! Stop and say to take care of Vera. And Vivara just like salutes casually and goes below deck.
So, there was something I wanted to talk to you about, Creo. Do you have like a office space do you use?
We can go down to the cartographer room, to the planning room. Yes, come.
Okay, perfect.
And he will go down here and go inside.
Okay, lost myself. There we go.
There you go.
Oh, shit. So I have to close the door, but it teleports me.
No, it's just ignore it.
Okay. Yeah, so there was something I wanted to propose to you. I talked to my friends about this a little bit before, but we were interested in making a mutual beneficial agreement. I don't want to like make it so formal, but basically, what I'm interested in is getting news from all kinds of different places from reliable sources.
Well, first of all, sit. And he kind of gestures you to the head of the table. And he will like lean against the side here.
So, since you're on a ship, you travel around a lot. You expressed a little bit of interest in setting up a trading post in Taria with the Drowned King. But also you go to a lot of ports. You might catch some interesting tidbits here and there about the rest of the lands. If they have any like conflict or lack of resources or anything like that, or just general news, like any like political struggles. So what I was thinking of is that we make an agreement between us, is that whenever you get to some port city where we might end up, because I think we're probably going to be in Tucson for a longer bit, but then traveling around, that you drop off some kind of information, some notes, that we can then pick up whenever we get to that city and read up a little.
Well, information is a bit vague. You would have to like tell me what kind of information you're looking for.
General, I think I'm the most interested in is there's like any general tensions, political, religious, but thing more from a point of view that you would have as a crew, because otherwise I could hear it from anyone else.
There's always tensions. Where you have politics, you have tensions. I mean, it's not like you're not gonna have tensions, but what kind of tensions? Like war brewing?
For example, yeah.
All right.
And I imagine you have some friends in higher places. And you just kind of just like grin at him.
Sure, maybe he like grins, like just casually, not like in agreement. It's not the kind of grins like, yeah, you got me, but it's like just
No.
Very poker face, right? Is there something you know I don't?
No, not at all. But
there hasn't been a war here in these lands, or any lands really, in 300 years at least.
Really? I mean, I heard there was like between Hoyer and Balabalia, there's always some things going on.
Not a war. Are you kidding me? No. There's tensions. Different cultures, they have their diplomatic misunderstandings. No, war is not something the countries here can afford. We learned this as a people the hard way after the red light. A war here would lead to a Pyrrhic victory at best.
Okay. Yeah, but otherwise, I mean, there's probably. The thing is, we don't know a lot about this world, so I necessarily don't know immediately what to ask, like what is interesting or this was on the forefront of my mind, but
Oh, it's like it's very hard to narrow it down, my boy, if you're not telling me what you're looking for. What is what you're looking for? What is the thing that interests you? This is very interesting things for very different people. Like,
probably
do you
also
care to know that, I don't know, lady so and so cheated on her husband so and therefore you might have something that you can use? Or no, I don't think so. So you have to be a bit more precise.
well, okay, something we also encountered in Ontario. There's been, at least over there, some of the spirits were unruly. You know, we had the storm. There was something strange going on with the spirit of the land, I believe. This kind of news is also interesting, right? So
Weird things happening with spirits.
for example, yeah, I think this is, so we're not entirely necessarily like, we're not interested in like small trade or whatever, but just to get a better feeling of what's going on in the world, especially also in the places that we're not currently at, right? And then if we go there, if we come to a port city and there's a bunch of information lying around that you left there for us, we can get some more solid ground under our feet. That's what I'm getting at.
But you understand, harbor cities are busy places. There's always things happening. There's a lot of things happening. Again, it's like if I were to sit and write about every interesting thing that you could maybe possibly be interested in on all categories, I would be writing books. So you have to tell me what you're actually looking for. This is kind of pointless.
Probably just on a larger scale.
How large are we talking?
Continent size.
You gotta raise us his eyebrows? Now you really have to make this a bit more precise.
Alright. Okay. I'll think about it a little bit more, but would you be at least interested in setting up something like this? So just so I know.
I mean,
Some kind of
we
information
thrive on
network.
information. Information is very valuable to us, but we're looking for very specific information.
Okay. Fair enough. I'll keep that in mind. I'll I'll think about it a little bit more.
Like,
Thank you
I'm
for your
more than
time,
happy to help
Ellis.
you, but the other thing is, like, what would you offer in turn?
Well, since we're probably going to travel more inland, you're more interested in trade, right? Because you're now legal traders, or is that the right word?
We
Or you
are
have some.
businessmen, yes.
Sure. In that sense, we could help out if there's any inland trade routes.
We don't trade inland. It's not our business what they do after it hits the harbor.
But would you want to know? Would you want to know if there's some kind of need for specific materials in more inland that you could provide, that you would have the sole.
But the harbor
access
cities
to?
know what they need. This is how we get direct access. The moment something is needed to be ported, we're there to help it, ship it back and forth.
But more like exclusive or opportunities in that sense.
Well, it depends. Do you have a way of instantly telling me what they need so we can actually get ahead of the curve and get it to them? Because if it's going to
yes.
take months for information to arrive, this is useless to me.
No, we might have a way. We have a way. Just need to get this straightened up with my colleagues, but Yes, we would have a way to get the information instantly to you.
All right.
And of course, a upfront investment of gold to solidify this agreement. That's also possible. But I would like to set up like a longer-term working relationship between us.
Okay, let's see. You are outsiders. You're bound to attract more attention and bump into things and strange happenings. Let's say if you get something of interest that you can perhaps forward to a ship crew that is traveling on sea, we would be very interested in that. Whatever can make this ship faster, more powerful, or the crew more capable, we're very interested in that. Whatever we can take to other shores and sell, we're very interested in that. Oh, and of course, if we need to, get people places, especially fast, because you ain't gonna find a ship that's faster than ours.
Yeah, those are exactly the things that we could provide.
And
Or-
if you do happen to want to travel again along these shores, if you can get us ahead of time the news, you need a ship, we'll be your crew.
That sounds good. Yeah, I'll
It means you hire us as your crew.
yes. Of course.
Can't feed a crew on freebies all the time. He goes shrugs and laughs.
Well, can't feed it on what was it? 2,000 gold?
You wouldn't know how. It's gonna last a few months, sure. On a rough storm, goes quickly. Chips are expensive. And this one, he kind of pats, the wall. Is a new one.
Oh, is she?
Oh yes, she's very demanding. But she served us well so far. Especially during the big storm. But yeah, you think about what kind of information you need.
Yes, I'll talk with my friends about it. Come up with a little bit more
It's
something more
easier to
discreet.
look into things if you know exactly what you're looking for.
Yeah, that's true. I was just more testing.
And discretion is understood, of course. On
Of
both
course.
sides.
Of course, we're both.
Let's make this more an open agreement, so we can bow out of it at any time. Yes? Yes.
Yeah, fine with me.
No need to make a pact.
Oh, please no.
So if we
Have
do
my
not
fair
feel
share of
like
those.
this relationship is beneficial, we're free to bow out. And same for you.
Yeah, that sounds agreeable. All right. Thank you for your time, at least. It's just testing out the waters, and I'll go back to you.
Well, you're interesting people. I mean, the bare minimum that makes you interesting is that you're not from this world. It's gonna draw attention, and it's gonna draw attention from some other interesting people, and we might be interested in those.
So connections, right?
Oh, yes. Connections are more valuable than money.
At least that's the same in our world, so I know what you're talking about. Well then, thank you for your time, and I'll get back to you. Close the door behind me,
Yeah.
and I'll just
Why
casually,
doing the
stroll on
line
the ship.
thing? Just use your arrow keys.
Because my volume bar is doing some weird stuff and it's blocking my... I
okay.
suddenly went up completely with the volume and it's blocking my
no.
screen, so I'm actually going to refresh the page.
Okay.
Yeah, it was doing weird stuff, and like I had to like pull your volume down on Discord because I was doing it
Yeah.
on my keyboard and was like keeping increasing itself. I was like, No,
In the
no,
meantime,
stop.
by the way, Panacea will go check on Viera and give you more of that herb to not be seasick.
Yes, please.
Yeah. And one extra one for a breath.
A breath.
Yeah.
Who is very unimpressed that we are back on a ship.
Yeah, poor kitty cat.
Baby boy.
Back on the ship.
Oh, okay.
I thought, like, I have the pretty picture of a ship. Might as well stare at it.
Yeah, okay. Seeing Cassius come out of his, kind of the door, just waving at him. Hey, you mind coming over here?
Yeah, sure. Actually, yes, I'm just gonna put all your volumes down because my computer is being very weird and it's just keeping the volume at maximum for some
Ooh.
reason, which is not pleasant. Like, I like your voices, but not so much that it blasts into my ears. So,
That's a mood.
all right. Okay.
You good?
Yep, should be good.
Okay. Come on, wanna talk with you, come, and she just leads the way to the cargo hold.
Sure.
When we're down here, she just, closes the door and is all like, you're in a bad mood, and I get if you don't want to talk about it, but I wanted to do something for you, but I have barely any fucking clue what you like, which is a problem in and of itself, so feel welcome to share in the future, but I got you a book if you want to read something else than the one you got back at Destrians.
Oh. Okay. Oh. That one?
Yeah, this one. It's
Oh. Hello?
Lena?
Oh.
It's offline.
a
It's-
raunchy book
oh.
about scent.
There we go.
Oh.
Yeah, you're cutting out.
Okay,
You're
sorry,
like
it cut out
you
for
said
me too.
like it's and then just
Okay,
that's it.
cut out for me too, sorry. As far as I understood, it's a raunchy book about centaurs and the Feywild. I have no fucking clue. Don't ask me.
Oh. Thank you.
You have your weird ass Fair Maiden book that also got a little bit smutty in the end there as you read it out, but I figured maybe you want another one. It's from Erica. Feel free to give it back whenever, but I have no clue what else you like. Please tell me if you want something else, but
To be honest, it's not really my thing. I got this book from Layla, and
Oh.
I just gave it a try.
Oh, okay.
So, like don't read a lot in the first place.
Mhm.
Well, I do read, but not just to relax. And this
Oh,
also
okay.
not really my kind of book in the first place. And I was just kind of like more reading it out loud to see your reactions, but otherwise.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll put it right back then. It's no
Yeah, thanks for the idea is nice, but yeah, no, it's not really my thing.
Yeah, I didn't know you just, didn't know that you got it as a gift or something. You good though? Do you
Yeah.
want to be?
No.
Mm.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I reacted that way. It's just the the hangover, and I wasn't like feeling extremely well. And then the comment just kind of like came out of nowhere. I was like, all right. Okay.
I'm sorry, that was a bit too far. I get it.
No,
I
it's
just, we rev each other up. Usually, it's easy to get a bit far into it.
yeah, it wasn't the exact right time for it. But
Okay.
yeah, you couldn't know. So
Yeah, maybe we'll have some sort of sign for when it's time to stop teasing each other because don't want to hurt you exactly.
no, it's fine. It's don't worry about it. I'm good.
Okay.
But yeah. How are you doing?
Better.
Yeah.
Much better after yesterday.
Okay. It's all.
Yeah, I'm very, very embarrassed in the aftermath, but
Yeah, that will happen.
yeah. I think I'll take a bit of a break from drinking for the next 2 days.
Aww. What do I
You
need
want-
to do?
You want snot all over yourself again, or what?
Okay, well, maybe no.
No, it should be fine. I think I got most of it out of my system, but yeah, I'll take a few more days.
Yeah. I mean, if you ever want to, like, talk about that time, feel free. Like, I have time here, so hit me up.
Maybe later. And if you ever want to talk about what's bothering you, I'm here.
Yeah, nothing bothers me.
Yeah, just take my advice on what you literally witnessed yesterday evening. If you keep pressing it under, it's gonna bubble up sooner or later, and it's not gonna be. It's gonna be ugly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll let you know before
Okay.
it gets that far.
All right.
But anyway,
All right,
actually,
I'm gonna sit. Yeah.
good
Sorry,
that you're
go-
here.
Yeah.
No. Actually, it's probably better if VR is here as well.
She was.
Do you know?
I think she was with Panacea last I saw her. I think maybe because of the sickness, but yeah, we'll get her back down, okay? You want to
Yeah.
talk about something? Let's get her.
Yeah.
I guess this is the cue for GM to actually put you back on the map. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
Oh, it was already on the map. I was just
Yeah.
moving around. It's like, why is
Yeah.
why is that Samira not moving with me? Oh,
Yeah, because
Sorry.
she wasn't there. Apparently, you didn't get pulled with the others.
probably because I was refreshing at the same time.
Oh,
so.
okay, yeah. Fair
Yeah.
enough.
Okay, so I see a Brav. Is we are at the same point?
I have no idea where we are. Is Chris?
Is she over here with a Brav?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, you just stacked on top of each other. That's why.
We are currently stacked on top of each other in the corner.
Nice. Okay. Vera, would you mind coming back down to the cargo hold? Cassius wants something.
The cat is like turning around and going back inside. Like,
Never mind. Never mind. I was already moving with you. I was like, nah, I can just stay here. So I was just fucking with doors. Of course I was. Don't mind me.
Sure.
Slamming doors.
Yeah.
Something I can help with?
I had no idea. He'd want to talk about something.
Oh, you wanted to talk about something? Yeah, sure. Vera just kind of glances at Ibrath, giving him a "Do you want to stay here or come with?"
He's
kind of
coming
look.
with.
Thought so. And doing our best to walk to the mast first, steadying ourselves because the ship is probably rocking.
Mm-hmm.
And then grab hold of rails, and it's like one of those like staggering drunk people who grabs hold of the nearest object.
Oof. I'm gonna leave off the book on the side table here. Just wave off Erica. Just not necessary anymore, but thank you, and just go back in.
Yeah, she gives you like a guilty look, as in like she kind of expected that not to be quite your taste either. So basically, you put her on the spot of like she didn't, in that panic, didn't quite know what to give you, right?
Oh, poor girl.
Not that it was for her anyway.
Yeah.
Oh man, that would have been
mind.
awkward for Cassius to read. Trust me.
Yep.
That would have
Yeah,
that
maybe-
would have brought up some question about what you actually think of him.
Meanwhile, it's just like checking up on Bo. when Samira left.
Bo is playing with Vinny. They're doing the,
Hey, Bo.
you know, clappy
Hand
hands.
clap thing.
Yeah. Hey,
Hey,
Chief.
little guy.
Hey, Chief.
What's up?
He looks up. The boat.
Cool. Good. Good that's still there. Thanks for checking.
And he gives me like thumbs up. Oh, good, Chief. I did my job.
You had a good time here?
Mm-hmm.
Was alright?
Yeah.
You want the next time join me off the ship?
Maybe.
Maybe.
To do what?
Alright. I don't know. Explore the town. You know, someone got turned into dust. That was pretty crazy.
Oh, what?
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. Like, it got like all over me and shit. Like, ugh.
So some poor sub got resurrected.
Oh, you know about this shit?
Oh, yeah.
Wow. So you know that, like...
The old bastards used to do this for fun. Just to, like, watch the poof.
They would do it for fun.
Yeah.
Your old master.
Yeah. But one of them.
Sounds... Oh, okay. What was he like otherwise? Did
He was a dick.
Oh, he was a dick. Oh, okay.
He was a dick.
Yeah, that fits the picture. So, did he treat you okay, or?
No, he was a dick. This is why I left.
Ah.
Heard the call.
Oh, you can just...
Heard the summons and was like, yeah, I'm out of here. Fuck off. Bye.
Oh, so that's not long ago. That's recent.
Yeah.
Oh. Is he going to like miss you or something? You think?
He's just gonna summon somebody else. Whatever. Don't care.
Oh, okay. That's good.
You're a better chief
The-
than the old chief.
I was going to ask. Perfect. Ah, nice. Yeah, but you know, if you want to like
You
come
gotta
into
do
town,
more jokes.
More jokes.
More jokes.
All right.
Like
you gotta
knock, knock.
teach me some. Who's there?
Shoot.
I thought you had a knock
No,
joke
chew.
coming.
No,
Come on.
he was like,
I heard.
waiting. It goes like, chew.
Already heard that one. New one.
Well, this is why you have to tell me jokes.
Okay, but this is why you can like come into town with me.
To hear jokes?
So you're gonna like learn more jokes, yeah.
You gotta take me to places where I can learn jokes.
All right.
All right.
I'll
Deal.
bring you.
Deal.
Deal.
Deal. He holds his hand up.
Let's high five him.
He high fives you really hard.
Perfect.
And then he high fives Winnie. And then they continue the clappy game. It's as clumsy as it sounds like.
You just slapped the ground.
Was any of this conversation out loud?
No.
It was an infernal this time because they weren't here yet. So
Okay.
It happened where I got you.
Yeah.
Okay, we're here. What do you need?
yeah. You doing all right, Fiera? You look a little bit unsteady.
Green around the gills. Mm-hmm.
Chris, do me a favor. Move a broth away from your token because we only see a broth.
Do you? I only
Yes.
see Vieira, and
Yeah,
I
we
can't
only
actually
see-
target any other tokens.
Yes.
So
Yeah, we just see your breath.
There you
Oh.
go.
there we go. What? He wants to cuddle with Mateo.
It's fine.
Poor fucking Mateo.
It's like just standing there, like chewing. It's fine.
Yeah. I'm gonna check Mateo out and make sure he's okay while
You need to
walking
clean out
into
his
the room.
box because nobody did it.
Yeah. I'll get to that in a second. Yeah, I'm fine. What's up?
So remember what I talked about in Taria before we left with the ship? That was interested in setting up some kind of like information network with the crew here. So I spoke to Creo, just briefly about it, not super into it, but at least he's open to the idea. And on the other hand, we could provide information from the main or the inland routes. If there's something that can make the ship faster or better, or the crew perform better, they're interested in all that kind of stuff. But he was very, well, of course he wanted to know what we would want to know from them, because there's a lot of information to go around and you can just like not write about everything. So apparently what I also learned is that although there's political tensions, there isn't a constant threat of all-out war. It's good, I guess.
Okay.
But people generally here don't do that anymore since the red light, because it got them here, I think, more or less. But it was more about very specific things. So I asked about spirits because we had experience with those in Taria, that they were all over the place. Basically, they were, and people were worried about. Well, not worried, but they were saying that it was not commonplace for them to behave like this. So these are very general things, but I wanted to talk to you two both, and especially you, Vera, because you expressed interest in finding your sister.
I mean, news of my sister news of people from other worlds like us would be interesting, because
Yes.
they have a word for us. We're outsiders.
Outsiders. Yeah.
So any news of people who are outsiders, particularly elves, particularly an elf that goes by the name of Liera, potentially. My parents were not imaginative.
Yeah, okay.
How do you spell that? Sorry.
You're asking the person who doesn't write how to spell.
Okay. So like your name but with an L.
Just Liera.
Yes. Liera.
Okay, and she came here how many years ago? 30 years?
If time is the same,
Okay,
she
so it was
certainly left our world 30 years ago.
not recent.
So yeah, not recent. She might have appeared here 5 days ago. She might have been here 500 years ago. I don't know. We don't
Actually,
know how any
good
of that works.
question. Could she also appear 10 years from now?
Oh my, wow.
Probably.
No.
No, nothing says she's passed the trial. She might still be in the tower for all I know. Anyway,
Well.
we digress.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I mean, those are the things I would be interested in. I would be interested in any kind of prophecies of people discovering a way to get to the surface world. People all know they're here. They know enough of their past to know that they were all pulled in here.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone seems to have that general notion or idea. Not everyone is searching for a way out, but I suspect a lot of people are. So information about that would be interesting. Not just, this person is looking for a way out, but there are rumors that this person possesses a key, or rumors that this person possesses knowledge about a key, or something along those lines. That would be information of interest about the keys. That's something that if you do eventually find something, you might choose to share with Destrian as well. For future favors, it might be a reason for us to head back to Taria in the future.
Possibly.
Those sorts of things are the things that would interest me. As far as the world goes, I don't care about wars. I don't care about politics or tensions or anything like that. I'd be more interested in, if we're traveling to a particular region, are there any very well-known legends, myths, or stories from that region? Like, this region was once ruled by the great King Vir, who was said to be half man, half bear, whatever. Legends, stories, generally there's a 400-year history, so that doesn't give an awful lot of time for there to be legends or stories or histories, so whatever it is going to be fairly minor. But areas like Karbak.
Mhm.
They had a story of the founding of the city where they swung the hammer and smashed a spring came out. Tidbits like that help to give you an idea of the people. You instantly know that to some degree they're not religious per se, but they are in awe of supernatural-ish stuff happening because he swung his hammer and smack and a spring founded. Like, woohoo. He became a saint. Clearly they found that worthy. So bits of information like that.
That sounds, yeah, I agree that it sounds
We could
interesting,
probably
but what
find
he
that out
was,
anyway.
yes, and it sounds like a little bit more general.
I
And
would be more interested in that sort of information that isn't common knowledge.
Yeah.
yes,
So are there rumors that a pirate king stashed his treasure in a cave on the northern island of Karbuk? Might be interested in that. We don't know.
that's, yeah.
Also, you mentioned spirits. That's also something that could be interesting if there's any sightings or things like that.
Yeah, he was a little bit more open to that one, but he obviously also noted that that's also very general and it could work about. And I kind of went in blind just to kind of test it out, but I'm trying to get a better
I
idea
mean,
for
miracles
specific
like
things.
the earth spirit doing the sand bridge. That could be a lead.
Yeah.
Oh.
Unusual, unnatural things happening that either protects or destroys places.
Well, apparently
If you
here
look
in
for
the,
that, you're going to find spirits involved, I suspect.
apparently here in Hohia, one of the things that they're struggling with is random magical occurrences, right? That's the
Okay.
information we got from
Yeah, but
what's this
what?
guy?
Like, is it on the scale of one person disappears from an illegal resurrection spell, or is it on the scale of 30 people disappeared from an illegal resurrection spell?
Yeah.
There are scales to that. We're not interested in the one person disappearances unless they are tied together in such a way that it's worthy of note. Like, this one person happened to be brokering a deal between these two huge merchant houses that would make this nation a trading force to be reckoned with. That's circumstance. That's where it stops being random. But the question is, do we care about any of that sort of stuff anyway? Like, do you want to know who the political players are in a city or a country or a region?
If it's very tumultuous, then yes.
In a city, especially if we're going there, yes.
Which is probably easy information to find out. You could ask, oh, you've been to this region, yeah, like what's it like lately? Who's in charge these days?
Yeah, but I think I'm thinking more along the lines of discreet, like the one in charge but behind the scenes, or like a bigger crime lord that is actually
Exactly. So there's Jotunheim the Fair is now ruling this kingdom, but secretly it's his witch Cabrina in the background.
Okay, I don't know where that.
You're coming up with all of these names, like a half man, half bear, giant. What?
What? I'm pulling from some stories from my past. Or
Okay.
Alright.
stories, I should say. They're definitely not fact by any stretch. What,
Yeah.
you guys didn't have stories where you came from?
Sure, we did, but
Yeah, plenty of stories.
Okay.
I mean, it's just like I just found the specific examples funny. I mean, yeah, those are all good ideas.
Boils
Do
down to
you,
what you want to know as well, ultimately.
do you want? I don't know.
What is it you're trying to get out of this information exchange?
Do you want to ask something about that crystal thing, or what's your?
the problem is with like asking those questions. I'm I was at the beginning. I was just careful. I was being too vague.
You could broaden the scale slightly, though. It doesn't have to be information about the crystal and only the crystal. You could say information about the shards of the sun or the shards of the father, and presumably there are then shards of the mother. Like, is that a thing? You could make it seem like you're unsure,
Possibly.
but that's still very specific. Like, you're still interested in shards of kind of the mantles and above, basically. Do regions get affected by mantles specifically? Like, does the mantle of Earth intervene everywhere like they did in Taria? Like, Taria, it wasn't the mantle of Earth, but it was a spirit of Earth that intervened to protect people. So do you have something similar going on somewhere else? That's unusual. And easily found out by rumor through taverns, but we wouldn't know that until we get there. The point is we arrive, I assume, we arrive, pick up this information package and read it, and we're like, great, we don't have to ask these awkward questions.
Yeah, that was my intention as well.
You kind of want to ask awkward questions as part of this, don't you?
Yeah.
Because the whole point is it's discovered discreetly, and him overhearing stuff in taverns or whatever.
Yeah, stuff locals would know and could tell if you inquire about it, but you don't particularly want to.
These are the sorts of things you overhear from hushed conversations, is what I would call it. And maybe word it that way. You're interested in the information that is overheard through hushed conversations, not necessarily blurted out by every single commoner in town. And the topics of information you're interested in are anything to do with the shards of the sun, mother, father, other elemental mantles, if that's even a thing.
I mean, I'd even be interested in the if we're going after parts, things like the crystal things, then I'd even be interested in the trace list if they hear something more about that.
Yeah.
What do they know about the trace list? Are trace lists involved in certain regions? Are there rumors
if
that
there's been actual sightings or whatever? I don't know. Because
even if there's just rumors, like, oh hey, yeah, this one guy's ruled 400 years in this one place with an iron fist. There are rumors that his advisors are the Traceless, or he is the Traceless, or whatever. Then, like, yeah, might be interested in that.
Yeah, or people have been haunted by the Traceless in their dreams in this particular region. It is stuff like that.
Yeah. The real question is, what is it you're trying to find? Because until you find out what it is you're trying to find, you don't know what to ask for.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I have an idea. I have several ideas, but I was more kind of like testing the waters first and seeing.
Yeah,
but
and by all
I
means,
think
like, leave it as an open relationship for now, and say, like, look, we're interested in an information exchange. I'm just curious about that going forward. We'll get back to you with details. Like, it might be that we know you're trying to forge new trade routes north, so we will probably end up heading that way at some point and come back into contact with a lot of your routes. We can also send you messages, I think, Samira, unless
actually
it
that was something I wanted to ask you also about, Samira, because he inquired if it's possible for us to get this information to him directly.
I think
quickly.
so. I mean,
and you mentioned something like this yesterday.
As long as it doesn't involve nosebleeds every 5 minutes.
It felt like it worked seamlessly until I hit that wall.
But that was because you were going outside.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. I mean, it should work. Should I try it? I don't know with whom.
Maybe we should tell him before we're going to try it. I would try it with Creo to make sure you know it works with him.
Yeah.
And say, like, just go up on deck and say, like, hey Creo, we're gonna test out sending you a message, and we just want to make sure it works, and we wanted to warn you first and foremost, so that you're not suddenly hit by a weird message out of nowhere. And then come back downstairs and try it. Like, Is he going to say no? He's the one who inquired if we can get
Mhm.
information to him. He's going to be like, okay, sure. Let's see how this works.
Mhm.
He does magic. We know that. He's not going to be weirded out by it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, another part that I've been wondering, what exactly we've been thinking about us getting information. I'm wondering how we would get that information and what they would get in return.
What they would be interested in, like I said, like things that would make the ship faster or better, or would make enhance the crew in some
Or
ways. I'm
if we're
thinking
traveling
about
along a port and there's an urgent need for iron or something.
specific items, or like he was also talking about items that might not be on the forefront of news in the harbor that would be needed, like some kind of
I mean,
trade.
illegal items.
Obscure, discreet.
Okay.
Illegal depends on the laws of the country you're in.
So opportunities, okay.
Opportunities in that sense, yeah.
And
Yeah,
how would they
that-
get information packaged, like you mentioned, Vera, to us when we're already always moving?
I was thinking if they could like leave these packages in harbor cities if it's larger amounts, or maybe they also have some capabilities. I know that Creo did something with Jinx. Do you remember in the evening when? Oh no, sorry, that's not what I know. Out of
You
character
don't know
moment.
that. You don't know that. You don't know that. You don't know that.
Sorry. Um, yeah,
But
maybe they also have some kind of.
leaving stuff in
Yeah, it would give us like a package that we could read upon entering, like Vera said. And if they have some capabilities of also sending messages from further distances, we could ask them to do this.
it's if it's the same thing as mine, and it's hard to do information exchange through that because it's a limited amount
Oh, okay.
of it's like this a limited. It's like my small message spell. It feels like it's just a bit stronger distance wise, but it's still the same limited amount of information exchanged.
But if
Okay,
you were
so
desperate, you could send multiple of them, could you?
I mean, it seems like it's a spell for me. I exhaust myself, but I can rest again. So I can do it multiple times per day. Yes.
yeah, but maybe at least some kind of indication of where we are, what we needed in a couple of words, and he also offered, or well, offered his services that if we would like want to travel in from other places, that
I mean,
they could be the crew. Well, for payment, of course, but it's one of the or at least the ship is ridiculously fast. I don't know if there's any faster ships, but this one is really damn fast. So
I
that
mean,
would be
if
very
you
useful.
with leaving a package behind in a specific place, and if we're not in reach to get it ourselves, you can summon animals. Can you get something to sort of fetch and bring it back? Does that work?
No, I'm good, but I'm not that good.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, this will be something.
Even if
You can
Vinny
send
hitches a
an
ride
animal
and gives
messenger, but the animal messenger doesn't come back.
Yeah.
if you send like the octopi, if you send a bird or a hawk to carry this parcel, and we
Only if
put
it's
Vinny
within
on
an
top.
hour of us.
Okay, within an hour. Okay, that's a time
Yeah.
limit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not good. No. Then we'd have to personally get the information.
I mean, there maybe they have some way, or there might be some items. I don't know, and maybe in Tucson that would allow us to do this kind of things, longer distance communication. They might know of something, and we have plenty of
Longer distance
funds.
communication. I mean, I can think of a better idea.
Mm-hmm.
You've got a bag of holding, right?
Yes.
Which puts something into a space.
Uh-huh.
I'm not going to pretend to understand the science or the magic behind this, right? Could you make an item, and this is just an idea, or I'm theoretically asking, could you make 2 bags that
Access
can
the
only
same space.
store a piece of paper in them,
It's like a two-sided shoot.
It's
You
a
can
two-sided shoot.
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah. What's up? Yeah. Oh. And it could send between people? Huh. Do, do you know if he made this or he paid for it? Do you know how he got it? Okay. Where is this former master of you?
Oh.
Doesn't narrow it down. Oh, so maybe like a capital? Uh-huh. Okay. Very good, Bo. So like walk over to Bo, give him a like
Fucking.
like fucking, not like Tucson, Tucson, doing. Yes, perfect. If at some point you have more information.
Oh my god.
Uh-huh.
Vinny, please stop. Please stop. There's limits. Vinny, please stop.
Does your friend need a friend, Cassius?
No, he just gave me some excellent information. Apparently, where he knows of an item or items that can do this. It's like certain scroll cases that you can send messages in between.
Okay. And why
He
was
knows.
he doing a humping motion?
He was trying to imitate the name of the town, but I think he means Tucson, and that this item, at least one of them, is in Tucson, possessed by someone. All right. Very quick, or very brief summary. He just told me, Bo just told me that he had a previous master before me. He came from there, apparently. Apparently, this guy's a bit of a dick that he would puff people into dust clouds for fun.
So not the kind of
What?
person we want to talk to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone who can do that also has the ability to.
Yeah. Maybe not a person we want to talk to, but at least they have access to certain magic items. Maybe these items are more commonly available. Bo doesn't know if maybe these are items we can buy in Tucson, but at least we should be on the lookout. We should be.
Strikes me as something that they. I mean, you asked about an item in the other magic shop, and they said, "Oh, Tucson will be able to do that for you."
We
Yeah.
should, just
doing
one.
is great. Doing is great. They have great stuff.
He says that the Tucson has great stuff. They have a lot of, but just as a side note, we should be very careful in Tucson that there's apparently a person with
Yeah.
significant magical power
A
in
parent
there.
sadist and
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's.
I mean, you should
Can-
be careful if he finds out that you're the one who took his friend.
I asked him, and Bo he said more along the lines of that the guy would probably summon a new one, that he doesn't give
yeah.
a shit.
But there's certain types of people, even if they don't care about their possessions, like Bo is a person, but probably seen as a possession. If someone else gets it, they get mad.
Gotcha.
Especially
Yeah,
for the
still be careful.
secrets they might reveal.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah.
Could you just ask if Bo can describe that person? So we know who to avoid.
Bo,
Or just ask for
Yes,
a
yes.
name.
do you know what the guy looked like or what his name was? The dick?
I mean, Richard.
Richard.
Yes, it's funny because He's a dick, and he's named Dick.
I'm just writing down magical dick intussen.
Yep.
Richard. Apparently his name is Richard.
So he's short and fat
Short, fat,
and short,
and short.
and he has a bald head, but he wears like a hairpiece, so you can't tell.
Wig, okay.
Where's
You
the
don't
wig?
hear that, Samira. He's talking.
Yeah, I'm repeating this
Ah, okay.
like verbatim.
And
Looks like Samira, right?
no,
No.
I mean sometimes. But then he's not short and fat anymore.
So he can change his appearance.
Yeah, he's actually quite tall and thin and has a hooked nose and like. And you
said
can hear
he wa-
kissing sounds behind the mask, like full lips.
Oh, so that's his other appearance. Okay.
And then he has one where he's like blonde and has big boobs and pointy ears like your other friend.
Oof.
Also big lips.
I hope he's pointing at me because of something to do with my ears.
He also motions the big boobs motion with the hands and then towards.
Bo is really quite raunchy. Oh my goodness.
He is amazing. No, he was telling about the other personas that this magical dick can take, and apparently one of them is a blonde elf with quite a rack.
He also enters very like half offended to you into your head. I'm not raunchy. I was just summoned that way.
Yeah, this is ignoring that. So, yeah. But anyway, he has magical sending tubes.
Okay, and
Cool cases.
so there's one end there and the other we don't know where.
We don't know,
And
but
then,
maybe
and
like
in the
it's-
meantime, he's doing that like hip side to side and swinging arm movement that the kids nowadays are doing on the internet. How do you call it? Ah, damn it!
I'm too old for this.
Please
This
don't
is not-
say twerking.
No, it's not working.
Wow.
You gotta get kids! Oh no.
It's flossing.
Oh my god.
Flossing.
Flossing. So in the
I-
meantime, he started doing flossing, and Vinny is imitating it.
Vinny, please don't stop imitating his dumbassery.
Oh, Vinny's so sad now. He stops, but he's just sad.
You can
Aw.
have fun, you can dance, it's okay. But if it's anything like raunchy, please.
Flossing is
In my
not
he-
raunchy.
I know you can dance, but what he just did beforehand was a bit.
He will give you a mental, but can I do this? And he will floss, which looks weird in a 2D figure, like entirely.
I'll give him a go ahead. I'll just tell him we can talk later what exactly you can or cannot do, please.
Okay, and now they're flossing both of them again.
In my head, I tell Bo to teach Winnie all the raunchy things. But when
right,
Samira's not looking,
Deal.
deal.
I already taught him to like turn into a dick and leave it like on walls.
Oh my fucking god.
Amazing. You're the best.
He gives you both thumbs up and then finger guns.
This is a finger gun back to Bo.
Very, very suspecting look in my face, just eyebrows raised, just
Like innocent Vinny being corrupted. This is horrible.
this is terrible.
That's all I ever wanted. You guys ask me, why did you get a familiar? This is why.
Okay, moving on.
So, we're getting a little bit sidetracked, but yes, maybe there's just a shop that can make these kind of things. We don't but we should be aware of a magical person that can apparently change their appearances.
Mm-hmm.
It's a couple that Bo has seen, but probably a lot that he hasn't. So
Okay, so
should be very careful to who we talk.
yeah,
Well, should
be
be
aware
anyway,
of
but
a sadistic magical dick.
maybe we should think about getting something that can see through these appearances.
Do we? I think the more important one is something that can cover our outsiderness.
Also,
Because this is now, I think, we've been just recognized by some other magic casters here.
mm-hmm.
There's a potentially awful magic caster where we're going, and we're particularly interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well. So, Tucson still sounds like a great idea, huh? Amazing. Perfect. Nah, we'll be fine. But yeah, we can talk to. I can go back to talk to Creo at some point. You guys can join if you want.
Do we want to do the sending thing? The message thing?
We can ask him if he's okay with testing it out. Yeah, I'll go. Yeah, I'll go tell him. I'll go ask him.
Just I don't know. Tell Bo to wave at me when I'm good to send a message.
Oh yeah, I can do that. Good idea.
Yeah, you need to. You got a family now. You can kick it. Get into
Starts
the
walking.
headspace.
Start walking off. Yeah, perfect.
Just point. Once he's gone out the door, just straight up whirl towards Bo. Just point my finger at him. Stop being such a bad influence on Vinny. Come on. I know you can understand me.
He's just sitting there looking at you blankly with his mask, like he doesn't understand the fucking word.
Just stop.
Let's walk up, see that Creo's not at the wheel. Like,
They
back
will
down.
tell you that he's below, like where you have been talking to him.
Ah, perfect. Thank you. Knock on the door.
Come in.
Hi.
He looks like he looks like he's been studying the maps. He looks up. Yep.
Yeah. So
Figured out what you wanna know about.
yeah, I just talked to my friends and specifically about getting you information quickly. There's something that Samira can do, and we wanted to test it out because she has only tried it once before. Would you be okay with testing this out with us?
What is it?
Like send you a message from a distance?
Oh, sending. Sure.
Is
Do
that
the two.
what it's called? Okay.
That's what I learned it's called. Yep.
All right.
I mean, you're sending a message.
Yeah, it's
And
quite
talk
literal. Huh?
Yes, you can't say much. It's like 20, 25 words tops.
Oh, okay.
It's funny. It's like when you do it to people when they're not expecting it. Like you wait, like in the middle of the night, right?
Seems kind of rude.
Yes, totally. Well, of course, you do it to dicks. Complete asshole. And then you do it.
Okay.
It's even better if you scream in their head
Is that
in the middle of the
also
night.
is that also something that
If you ever do this to
can
me, I
do?
will find you and I will murder you.
Is that also something that you can do?
Yes, it comes in
Okay.
handy. This is how we keep in touch
Perfect.
with the trading post.
Ah. With well, I have more questions for you, but anyway, okay with testing it out now.
Is she gonna scream into my head?
I'll tell her to not scream.
All right. Tell her I will talk
All right.
back to her because if it's the same thing, then I can talk back.
All right, and I'll just send Bo a mental signal to just wave at Samira.
Lena, do you have your fingers ready?
I have my. What do you mean if I have my fingers ready?
Well, you gotta do the counting, like Jester. Hi, it's Jester!
You can do 25 or less.
Yeah.
Less. That's the word here. Okay, I'll just send off a sending. Hello, Samira speaking. Test message. Please reply if this works.
Hello, Samira. This is Creo. Yes, this is working. Excellent. Nice to hear you. And then there's a pause. And it's like, I can do the same. And I will not do this to you at night. Don't do this back to me at night.
That is good to know, and I will keep that in mind. Thank you very much.
It's a weird sensation because you are not hearing it outside of your ears. Like, sound usually travels from outside. And it's not like the message spell either. Like that, it feels like somebody's whispering into your ear. It's literally in your skull, between your ears. It's almost like it's your own thoughts. But then you recognize it because it's a different voice than your own voice, which is weird because like for a moment your brain goes like, wait, what? Is this me? Oh wait, no, this is not me. Oh wait, somebody's talking into my head. Okay, yeah. So it's strange, right? It will need getting used to. But you also immediately realize that maybe if you ever use this on a person who's never experienced it without pre-warning, it might not go over so well.
Oh, yeah. Alright, I just give Viera a thumbs up. Just, I don't know if this works like the message and you did not hear me, but it worked.
Good to know. Because I did not know.
You just saw her go cross-eyed for like a second. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, he speaks out the message, right?
No,
Because
he
it's
doesn't. No. You don't speak it out, you just think it.
Oh, okay.
No. So
It's kind of
he
like
will-
just look at
he will look
Creo
at-
and just...
he grins at you? Yes.
Did something happen?
Yes. He gives a shit-eating grin.
Oh, alright. Perfect.
We talk to each other.
Good. Good.
So what's the information you guys want to know?
Well, there's a very specific one. Information about people like us, outsiders.
Hold on. He gets like a notebook and like, a quill and starts writing.
So, any information about outsiders, these are not common enough, I guess. We are not common enough, so like this is very specific in that sense, but any information, but specifically about a person that may have come here around 30 years ago. An elf. Goes by the name of Liera. We actually have no physical description, but
It makes it a bit more difficult.
yes, it does. But we just know that she...
Liera, how do you spell that?
I think you spelled Liera.
All right.
Um,
Liera. Last name? Okay, one name person, roger that.
Ifilde, I think. Yeah.
How do you spell that?
You would have to ask if you... Oh, she doesn't know. I'll get VR to talk to you about that.
All right. Who is this person?
Well. I'll get VR to talk to you about that. No, it's her sister.
Oh, well, then they will probably look alike, right?
Maybe. I don't know.
All right, you get Viera to talk to me about that. Roger that.
Yes. Otherwise, what
I
I
hope you're better
suggested...
getting information from my crew than this.
Yes.
He's joking, by the way. He's teasing you.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
What I said, information about spirits, but especially magical or weird occurrences that might have, like the raising of a earth wall in a harbor. That might be
all right.
good information.
That should be easy to find. That stands out even by our standards.
Yes, very standout occurrences. We'd also be interested in knowledge that is not necessarily, every commoner would know, but more discreet. And I was talking about people in charge, political tensions, but other also maybe more not directly visible on the surface.
I
People in
mean, you
charge.
have to, again, you are doing this thing where you're very generalized. Do you really want to know which noble fucked whom behind their husband's
No,
back?
not nobles, but if there is let's say there's a crime lord in Tucson. I don't know. Is there a crime lord in Tucson?
So, underbelly. You want to know about the
Underbelly.
underbellies, all right? I can
Yes.
give you already a few hints there.
Also, for me personally, groups or gatherings of people with like schools of magic, or if there's groups getting together practicing magic. I talked to Destrin a little bit about this. He doesn't know if there's any that exist
There's
anymore.
one academy to the northwest from here, in the bay. No, it's from Layla.
It's not the school for the unrealized, right?
Yes, it is. That's the one.
Oh.
I mean, you have academies in Tucson as well. They codified magic quite a bit in this country.
Okay, but
Otherwise, you would have to travel further north. The tribes are not there. You would have to like seek them out in nature. They don't have like organized schools. It's more of a word of mouth thing, if you know what I mean.
Another specific one. Anything that has to do with the mantle of power.
The what?
The mantle of power.
Never heard of such a mantle.
Well, now we've heard.
You sure you're getting this right? There's no mantle of power. There's like the mantle of life, right? And there's the mantle of like all the elements, and the mantle of death, and the father and the mother, and that's about it.
Yeah.
All right.
You got it?
I'll write it down. Mantle of power.
Yeah.
Any other new mantles I should know about?
Not that I know of.
All right.
Otherwise, also, well, mantles operate obviously on a larger scale, but if there's remnants of them, like shards of the sun, shards of the father, of the mother, if that's a thing.
He gets very, very, and seems to pull back a bit from you.
Sorry. Did I say something wrong?
What do you want with those shards, and how important are they, and what would be ready to do to get them?
I just want information. This is what we talked about, right?
Sure.
If that's not something you're willing to procure for me, that's fine. You can say so. This, like you said, this is an open relationship, right?
Sure.
Well,
Let's include that. Just a side note that we're not gonna fuck each other over.
yeah. Understood. But is this why are you so hesitant about this?
I mean, shards of the mantles is not a small thing. Those are powerful items. Rare. Rare enough that some people would kill for it. I was wondering if you're one of those people.
No. No. But like I said, if this is information you're even uncomfortable in seeking out, you can say so, and I will not push you further.
I'll keep an ear out. If it's not information I want to share, I'm not going to share it with you.
That is fine.
As I'm pretty sure you have information that you're not sharing with me. He just grins sheepishly.
Yeah, well, it's, like I said, businessman, right?
Businessman, we're not best buddies yet.
No, exactly. So those are some very specific ones. Vera also mentioned something along the lines of more obscure legends and myths. It was maybe also a little bit vague, but
I mean,
definitely.
I can already tell you, like, if you want to know about legends about Constantine, this is the next place we're heading to.
Yeah, I mean that could be useful.
Like the hammer thing.
Like the hammer thing.
Like the hammer thing.
If you can tell us, like at dinner, these kind of things, it would be definitely interesting. If the towns that we're traveling to.
Constantine, I don't think. I think I told you something about it. Maybe I don't remember. It's been a day. So it's a walled town, right? It's a seaport, and it's kind of like the heart of Ayardsel Island. That's the entire island, by the way. I mean, Ayardsel is actually more to the tip of it, but the entire island is called Ayardsel. Never mind. It's like Constantine is like in the center, in the middle, along the southern coast, right? And it lies at the foot of the Jagen Massif, which is like this mountain range, which rises up to like 5,600 feet, 6,000 feet. I'm bad with mountains. Either way, it's a tall mountain. You know, who cares? I'm on the sea. So it was founded by Saint Hildegard. You know,
Another saint.
Well, of course, here there's all of the saints. Like, yeah, man, the amount of churches they have dedicated to some saint or other that has done some weird shit in the past is amazing. So anyway, but Saint Hildegard is has founded it as the bastion of the living goat. So because you wanted weird stuff, here I'm giving you weird stuff. There you go, goats. As the story goes,
can I interrupt you?
Listen. So as the story goes, from her early childhood, right before her bones and nerves and veins were fully strengthened, she had a vision in her soul, right? And in her vision, her soul would reach out, as the father would will it, right? She felt the father inside of her, not in that way, and touching her soul, right? And it was reaching out, and her soul was reaching out into the soil and the plants and the animals, and rising high into the vault of the sun, and beyond into the changing sky. And spread itself among her people, and the land would grow and prosper, and life would multiply and bring forth a beast, strong and healthy to provide meat to the soldiers, and wool to warm their beds, and milk to strengthen their children and their bones, because she had weak bones, you see. So anyway, from that bond, the living goat became and multiplied in the Jagen Massif and provided the necessary basis to grow this poor town. So that's how it became Cottontail. Because cotton means goat.
Right. Yeah.
You have goats all over the place. Like you have them in the park eating the bushes. It's great. Very good goat roast.
Good to know. Yeah, these kind of things.
Don't call them goat fuckers. They don't like. Tried it. Went really bad.
Oh, you tried it?
Yes.
Didn't go over so well.
No.
So you're still welcome in that town, or?
Sort of. In certain places, not so much. He kind of rubs his neck sheepishly. But then again, I'm not really welcome in certain places anyway. Like, you know, same for Cowardbuck.
Alright.
You saw the chick last night, right?
I did see her.
Well, she's amazing. Amazing woman. I'm not going to share details because a gentleman doesn't tell, right? But when I met her, she was married. And, you know, her spouse is not exactly happy about, you know, her preferring me over him. And her having fun. Not with him. obviously. This is the reason why the Karabakh Sea Dogs were in Penman to begin with, because they were actually after my ship because of that.
Oh, because of that, I
Yes.
thought that they were just pirates. But it was
Well, yes,
specifically...
too, because I also kind of robbed his ship, but because he was an asshole and he was mean to his wife, so like, he kind of deserved it. We didn't hurt anyone. We just took the cargo. We got his private money, which he didn't appreciate. So he sent the ship. Guess he had some, influence. But now he can suck it because now we're important people.
Alright. So it sounds like you get up to a lot of adventures on the ship.
I have sort of a reputation. Don't believe a single word.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
It's much worse. Grins. It's much, much worse.
Perfect. Oh. I mean, this for the first sort of thing is also interesting to me, but apparently that this guy had enough power to send this military branch after you, but it's cool. Alright. So, does that establish a stable basis for us to continue?
Yes.
We can communicate
we can communicate. It's limited, but we'll figure it out. We have a few more days.
Traceless, gru.
We have a few more days to figure it out.
Yes. Yeah, perfect. We're also on the lookout. Do you actually know how familiar are you with Tucson?
We've been there many, many, many times.
Oh, perfect. Do you know a guy that goes by the name of Richard?
It's quite a common name.
Like short, fat, bald dude? Kind of magical?
No.
Or, well, maybe you know more, and I described the two women forms, like the blonde elf.
What's the name of the blonde?
I don't know. I just know the physical description.
Had a
Might ring
liaison, brave one of a week with an elf looking like that. She was quite little. And very gifted, and he, by gifted, makes the hand motion of two hands. A chest height.
Okay.
And she could do some very interesting magic tricks.
What was her name?
He rubs his chin. Marta. Not an elven name, so that's how we know it's fake. But I remember Marta. Oof. He nods. But we shall not talk about that.
Cassie's this blank face. This poker face. Okay. What I wanted to ask specifically also in Tucson, do you know of any bigger magic shops?
There's a few, yes.
Which one would you recommend?
Potions, enchanting, tattoos.
Tattoos?
Yeah,
Is that a thing?
you can have enchantments tattooed into your skin. Quite useful.
Oh. That
I can
sounds
write it down
amazing.
a few.
Yeah, for sure.
I'll write it up. Don't worry.
And maybe the biggest one for enchantments. Specifically one that could do bags of holding. And...
Oh, I just know the one. All right. Yeah.
Perfect. Well. See?
Not cheap, mind you.
That's fine. Well,
He's looking at you expectantly. Anything else?
I think for now that's it. If you have any specific requests, also in the same vein, let me know. You can write it down. You don't have to think about it now.
So, what's the mantle of power?
Smile. I don't know.
Well, I'm supposed to get you information on it. Maybe you want to share with me what the fuck it is.
I honestly don't know. I know the name.
How do you know about it?
The spirit told me.
All right. What did they tell you?
Ah, see? Business relationship.
I'm supposed to give information on that mantle of power.
If you find anything about it, but I just don't know much that
What?
I
I
can
don't
tell
know
you that.
what you don't know if you don't tell me what you already know about it.
I'm just asking
He
for.
gives you like a wide grin.
I'm just asking about general information. If you can gather anything, that's great. But otherwise, if you can't with the current information that I've given you, then that's also fine.
I see.
All right, perfect. I'll send Fiora along to talk more about her sister
Sure.
and how you spell the name, because I have no fucking clue. All right, bye.
Bye.
Yeah, make my way back down to the hold. Hi, Larry.
Erica's sitting and reading the book. Another book.
Not the same book that
Not the
Samir
same
tried to
book,
give
no.
me. Yeah, just pass by her.
How'd it go?
Good. I think we gave at least a preliminary agreement. He gave me already some information.
Okay.
And I tell the story as far as I remember about the, well, at least what Cassius would tell you, Kotsusil don't call the people there goat fuckers. And there's something about the living goat and a saint that reached out to the father and he reached back.
Samira, roll
Okay.
me a wisdom saving throw with advantage.
Okay. Why?
As he starts talking about his recollection of the saint of Cottonsill, the room starts to fade. Let me make the room actually start fading. Give me a second.
What the fuck is happening?
Stuff is happening. And music. And the world around you that's kind of slowly sinking into darkness, as very similar to when you read the scroll, right? And then in that silence, you know how those whispers started, right? It starts out first with like the many whispers, and then one voice crystallizes, and it's like being inside the person and hearing her talk, and it's a woman, right? And you hear this like very soft spoken voice. You get the impression that it is an Asimar. It's partially because she's whispering in Celestial, right? But also you just know it because you kind of like from inside the person. You don't know what they look like, right? You know just that she's a woman, that she's an Asimar, right? And you have this like from my early childhood, before my bones, nerves, and veins were fully strengthened. I have always seen this vision in my soul, even to the present time when I'm more than 700 years old. In this vision, my soul, as the Father would have it, rises up high into the vault of heaven and into the changing sky and spreads itself among different peoples, although they are far away from me in distant lands and places. And because I see them this way in my soul, I observe them in accord with the shifting of the clouds and other created things. I do not hear them with my outward ears, nor do I perceive them with the thoughts of my own heart, or by any combination of my 5 senses, but in my soul alone, while my outward eyes are open. So I have never fallen prey to ecstasy in the visions, but I see them wide awake and day and night, and I am constantly fettered by anger and often in the grip of heat so intense that it threatens to kill me, but the Father has sustained me until now. The light which I see thus is not spatial, but it is far, far brighter than cloud which carries the sun. I can measure neither bright, nor height, nor length, nor breadth, nor... I call it the reflection of the living light. And as the sun, also the moon, or the stars that we don't see anymore. So writings and sermons and virtues and certain human actions take form for me and gleam. But I, though I saw and heard these things, refused to write for a long time through doubt and bad opinion and the diversity of people's words, not with stubbornness, but in the exercise of humility until I laid low by this scourge. I heard the ones I care so deeply, then compelled at last by this heat and by searing a certain noble maiden of good conduct, my sister in spirit, and of that man whom I had secretly sought and found. As mentioned above, I set my hand to the writing. While I was doing it, I sensed, as I mentioned before, the deep profundity of scriptural exposition, and raising myself from this fever by the strength I received, I brought this work to a close, though just barely in 10 years. And I spoke and wrote these things not by the invention of my heart or that of any other person, but by the secret mysteries of the Father. And I heard and received them in the heavenly places. And again, I heard a voice from heaven saying to me, there is a mighty tree, and at the root of it there is a kingdom, and so much light emanates from beyond the leaves above it, and we live in the shadows of these leaves. And this is how we know. And then cuts out, snap you back. And you like blink. By the way, for the rest of you, she just, like, that was like a split of a second. You didn't notice any difference, right?
So let me just finish writing that down.
You wrote all of that down. I was like, oh,
not all
shit.
of it. I have like I'm gonna pick it up together later on, but this is like little points. Yeah. Okay. Just from all that, she just, you guys see her just within a span of a second. She's just seems disoriented all of a sudden, and just from the sitting position on the crate, she just almost stumbles onto the ground, just shaking her head, holding it. What?
Just rush over to her. You okay? What's
Do you need those seasick herbs?
No, I think what were you, what did you just say? There was...
Talking about the saint.
Not to call the people in gods and still goat fuckers?
No, there was, you said, I think something unlocked. I don't know, you said saint, and there was a woman speaking? I think she, I don't know, I had...
What?
You know, the scroll thing, I just heard something unlocked. The woman spoke. I don't know if she spoke to me, but she's... Wow. That was a lot.
I didn't hear anything.
I actually when, like, she's talking about the scroll and the key, is like, hush a little bit and just point up at the grate, because it's an open grate.
Yeah, sorry. Give me a second, I need to... She just sits with her back to the crate, just holding her head for a second. Ooh, that hurts. Ooh. That was a lot.
Still working off last night's hangover?
No. Then no hangover. There was... I think one of the blockades, you know, just dropped. I don't know why. But... Ooh.
Last night's hangover. Sounds like it to me.
What?
Vera just winks.
Ah, shit. Sorry.
That's okay. Just take it easy. Sit down for a bit.
Whew. I'm...
You need some water?
It would be nice, yeah.
Alright.
Actually feels like I have a goddamn hangover, but without nausea. Just the headache.
Cassius?
Oh. Yeah? What's up?
Water?
Yeah, I'm getting some water.
And there's already some here.
Oh. All right.
Like Erica looked up at you, and you're like,
Never
close the
mind.
door.
Yeah, this is like, look at her. Never mind. This is like, go back in.
And then
Poor
we
Erica.
are. We've obviously eaten and drunk before, so there's cups and bowls and stuff. And Vera just kind of mutters a simple incantation, and all 3 of the mugs fill with water.
Oh,
Thank you.
perfect.
Thank you. Yeah, when it's getting quiet and when we're docked somewhere, I'm gonna tell you what I just
Yeah.
heard, okay?
That's fine.
We
Just
can go for another evening stroll.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You can continue on what you were talking about, goat fucking or whatever.
I mean, it was just like a founding
Don't
story, but
mention the goat fucking.
yes,
That's what
don't
he
mention,
was saying.
don't mention goat fucking. You'll probably get kicked out. Creo is not welcome in certain parts of the city anymore.
Oh.
So to summarize, I asked most of the things we talked about. I stopped at a certain point at and he kind of like points at his back.
Oh.
After
Okay.
that one, because they are apparently very dangerous, and some people would kill for those, and he would get information, but I didn't want to ask about the other sore topics like the chaseless.
Okay.
Then
you better hide your dad well.
Yes. I also asked about giving the name of your sister, Vera.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I don't know exactly how to spell your last name.
Me neither.
Yeah, we need
That's
to
a conundrum.
teach you how to write quickly.
Yeah, I wouldn't know how to spell it even if I did learn how to write.
No,
We've
that's...
never.
Well, you
written
can
it down.
read, right? So you know your letters. So you can just
Can
tell
you
us.
just like spell it out? Just like
Well, we would draw it rather than spell it.
maybe if you can draw it for
literally,
him.
It translates into common as Moonshadow.
Moonshadow. Okay.
Uh,
Well,
maybe you could just
I
draw out how you would talk, how you would say it. Maybe we can just form it somehow with letters, and you could just read it and tell us if that sounds correct.
I would just spell it the same way you say it.
Yeah.
Ithilday?
Ithil
Ithilday.
day, like the day.
like they over there, them,
Sure.
they took the plane.
Or like
boat.
the day and night. Or
Is
day
there a
like a daily
difference?
day.
Or
Pierre's just nodding at this point. All of those.
oh, okay. Maybe for that one specifically,
Vera,
I didn't know for
you're
sure.
getting now a very distinct impression on how the humans ended up calling Evermeet.
Yeah.
Samira was just on a scrap of paper nearby, just write out those 3 versions.
Or just go by the Elvish Ithilday rather than common Ithilday.
Ethel. I'm sorry. I can't even hear it correctly.
Yeah.
Ithilday?
So is the beginning correct?
Sure. The middle one's wrong, I would guess,
Which middle?
that you wrote out.
The middle one's wrong. Okay. So is the Ithil correct, or is that wrong too?
Looks fine.
Okay. So the day, Ithil day.
I mean, I can write it out in Elvish for you.
Don't think that would work.
Would if you spoke or wrote Elvish?
I mean, maybe.
Yes. Give me 10 minutes.
This is gonna be a whole group project.
Well, I don't speak it then, but I can at least read what you're... Okay.
Yeah.
Just sit down. And I will take out my
Don't you
ritual
just get
casting
the
book.
literal translation then?
Yes.
10 minutes wasted.
10 minutes later, let's speed this up, like, you know,
Yeah,
like
10 minutes later.
two people intensely staring at Cassius, like 10 minutes later, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Viera writes it down in Elvish for you, and it literally says Liera Moonshadow.
Or doesn't Liera mean anything as well? Should actually mean.
Viera does. Liera doesn't.
Ooh. Okay, there's some parental
Wow.
preparation.
Favoritism.
Yeah, parental favoritism going on there.
Yeah, so Moonshadow, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can read it.
Yeah, so how would this help?
I don't know. You can read Elvish now. Write that in common.
Okay,
Just
question.
write down Moonshadow.
Does the so soft D look correct?
Well, you do say it with a that sound, and she points at the D letter.
Okay, so ifilde. We have ifilde. So we just need the A.
So, like... This? Oh. Ignore the slash. He puts on the question mark.
Ifil.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's not daylight, so it's not day, but it is like Fey.
Oh, so like this.
You humans are weird with your writing. You've got so many things that mean the same thing or give the same sound.
Let's just give multiple versions.
Oh, yeah.
If somebody finds out that someone is looking for Liera and I was Liera, all you'd have to say is, she's looking for you because she's your sister. That would pique her interest enough to come looking for me.
Yeah, but we assume that maybe Liera can write, and if other people have heard or read of her, then that's a way to find, that's something that makes it a bit easier.
You'd be far better off going for that dark-haired elf who's an outsider, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, I gave him the whole
Because
thing about outsiders in general, so...
She may not even go by that name anymore.
That's true. That's true. I gave him that he should look out for outsiders.
The better thing to do would be to ask people if they know of this Elvish person and present a name in Elvish. If they know her, they will know her name in Elvish.
Okay.
Although, having said that, you guys don't know my name in Elvish, so I guess that's not true.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm terrible with names, so...
Maybe it's time you guys learned Elvish, and she just gives Cassius a shit-eating grin.
I mean...
Maybe. Could work.
I wouldn't be against it. It'd honestly be the first language I would actively start learning, so it would take a while.
I can teach you.
Yeah. Yeah, we can do that.
Or I could teach you Sylvan. Either or.
What's the difference?
Good question.
You know how you were talking about me imitating accents? Being
it's
insulting?
An accent.
Comparing Sylvan to Elvish is insulting.
Oh,
to
okay.
Elves. Sylvan's a little bit more of a harsh guttural language, a bit more animalistic.
I'm sorry.
Elvish is a bit more flowery.
Okay.
A bit more. By human standards, it's poetry. Because
you say we're weird with words.
Okay.
We tend to convey the beauty in everything with our words.
I honestly would have trouble with Elvish by the description that you said, but a guttural version in Sylvan, that wouldn't be that different to Celestial.
Well, you wouldn't understand Elvish if you learned Sylvan, and vice versa.
Okay.
They are two completely different languages, but Sylvan are, like, you've heard of probably mythical creatures to you guys, like Fae, centaurs, satyrs.
Wasn't the guy in the forest that revived you one of those?
He was something I don't know. May have looked like one.
Yeah, he was like all wooden and shit, right?
As some sort of
But-
owl wood person.
He would speak Sylvan. He would probably also speak Elvish and Common, more than likely. He was a male dryad.
Ooh.
You were
there was
talking
that
about
dryad
dryads.
circle. There was that circle, the thing. There was that one clue.
Yeah, and you talked about like women in the forest that would like take human lovers and that kind of shit, right?
Dryads tend to
I don't remember that.
I remember that. You said I should be careful.
If you told me that I would see a male dryad in my elvish lifespan, I would be surprised.
Interesting. Well, that's a rare find then.
They are unheard of. As far as I'm concerned, legend or myth is a good example of what you would call that. But obviously very real, because we've seen them, and he brought me back to life. So,
I mean,
very real.
I think maybe Sylvan is then a good choice because we are going potentially near the
Sylvan
lands
is the
that
language
are.
of forest creatures in
Yeah,
general.
we're going potentially in the land of the what's it called, the Sealy Court? Maybe in the future sometime because it's nearby.
I'm not sure it's the land of the Sealy Court. The Sealy Court is
It's its own separate thing.
Yeah, but there was talk
but,
about
yeah,
people that are
it's
adjacent over
it's
there.
the land that's closest to that in that sense, but it's the Sealy Court itself is still its own kind of parallel plane, I guess. Parallel world.
or
I don't know.
place.
Place.
It's a different place, just like the Unsealy Court is.
Yes.
I mean, we can teach you Celestial, and you can teach us Sylvan, or Elvish, whatever you want.
Well, that's whichever you want, really. I can teach you both.
I mean, I'm good with either.
Depends on whether you want to. Elvish, you'll come across a lot more in, obviously, civilized settings with elves. The elf in Karbak, who was talking to me, was speaking Elvish. She couldn't speak Sylvan.
Oh?
Which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it highlights to me that she's very disconnected from nature.
Do we maybe want to learn it for secrecy's sake if we're in cities?
Well, if you want a language that only we will speak, Sylvan is probably a better bet.
I think
The
that sounds
chances
like a good
of
idea.
coming across people who speak Sylvan in cities, particularly, I mean, I say that. We don't know much about this world anyway. There might be cities of centaurs, for all we know, who may speak Sylvan. But even then, that would then come in handy, because you'd be able to talk to them. So, learning any language is a benefit. And sure, I won't say no to learning Celestial. Obviously, it's going to take time. But
Yeah, like I said, I've never learned a language by choice before.
well, I had to learn Common. Obviously, I grew up speaking Elvish and Sylvan, but Common was not something that I was used to, and my parents knew, or my mother knew, that it would be a good idea to learn it, because if I ever wanted to go out into the world, so to speak, like my sister did, obviously she knew about that, I didn't, then learning Common would be useful. So
Yeah, I mean, learning language is not super difficult. Learn Celestial.
Mr. Smarty Pants, okay.
No, it isn't.
a
Learn
lot of it's
couple.
just finding the rhythm to the language, and every language has a different rhythm. It's a bit like music.
It's nice.
It's also just practice.
It is repetition, practice,
Mhm.
as with any skill, really.
True.
Yeah.
But yeah, we digressed a
Alright.
little bit, I think.
Yes, a little.
Yeah.
Little Day. I mean, I wouldn't spell it with that letter at the end, Samira, or
Okay,
perhaps what Cassius has written. But
Okay.
ultimately, it means Moonshadow. You could look for Liera Moonshadow, and she would also know who you're talking about.
Okay.
Because
you
she
could,
will know that.
At some point, you can talk to Creo. He was asking a little bit about it, and honestly, I didn't know so much.
At some
So-
point, I can talk, or is he expecting me to come and talk to him? It sounds like.
It's not like that you necessarily need to come now, but at some point, I think it's good if you are the one giving the information about your sister.
Okay.
Right.
I mean, sure. Not that I can give much. I don't know much.
Yeah, but like there might be a few things that I missed. And there's a couple things, like I said, with the chase list that I didn't ask.
For reasons.
Yeah.
Quietly. Because obviously Viera points upwards.
Yeah, no, this is all quietly. Also, the name of the blonde elven woman with the big bust in Susan, that's this apparently other persona of the magical dick. Name is Martha. Martha?
Is that for sure? Person? Because I don't know if that's a very good defining description.
I'm not
Blonde-
sure.
A blonde busty elf is not
Blonde
exactly
bust elf
defining.
and elves are not very common in Hoi. So
Yeah, but the last elf, the elven god woman that talked with Viera was blonde.
She didn't
Yeah,
have big
right?
boobs.
It's just details.
I mean, okay. Yes, this is an assumption, but I found it pretty funny. But Creo might have, you know,
Oh,
and
boy.
she was also had some magical tricks.
Okay, that's a bit more.
And I didn't tell him that this might have been a guy, so
Ooh.
I don't. But maybe
Do we
that's
know he's a guy? Maybe
that's
Bo
the
got it
normal
wrong?
form.
Maybe that's
mean-
the normal
Bo.
Didn't Bo say that it's a disguise?
Maybe they're like gender fluid in the sense that they take multiple different forms.
Could
Hey,
be.
hey, Bo.
What, Chief?
Like
Do you know what the Dick's like his most used for, like the form that was his original form? Do you know? So was this just a short fat bald dude?
I mean, he spent in either one quite a bit of time. Depends on the mood.
Okay, but you don't know for sure that like the other ones were magical and that was his like.
No,
normal
the
one?
short, fat one is his real thing. That's what I was bound to.
Perfect.
His soul was short and fat, and a dick.
His soul was short and fat.
Ooh.
Can a soul be short and fat?
Yes,
Ooh, that's a diss.
his is.
So. Question: what does my soul look like?
It has amazing hair.
That's all I needed to know.
See, even if we shave, you have amazing hair.
That's why I answered your call, Chief. Because amazing hair, soul hair.
Soul hair. Amazing soul
Hair.
Alright. Perfect. I learned a new thing today.
Just like mine, and he shakes his head.
Just
Not
like
that you see
yours.
Nice.
No, the short, fat, bald is his.
Your girlfriend
original.
has amazing soul hair as well.
Ooh.
Ignoring that comment. And it's like finger gun him, but kind of like dejectedly, like.
Yeah, he reacts it back.
Youch.
Short, flat, and bald is the original.
With
For
a
sure.
wig. With a wig, okay.
With
okay,
a wig, yeah.
The best thing is, he turns to Winnie. It's like, but seriously, like, it's like going all the way down her head and her back. It's like all the way flowy and super silky. It's amazing. Oh, and especially on the tail, it's so bushy and soft.
In what language is he talking to Vinny, actually? In Infernal or what?
Yes, but like in his head.
Okay. I just like, just eyebrow raised, like, what? Okay.
You good?
Yeah, interesting conversation with Bo in my head. Yeah. About soul hair.
Does that
Because
happen
apparently-
a lot?
What?
Apparently souls have hair. Apparently
What?
my soul has beautiful hair. So,
He saw your soul when what? How?
familiars are bound to you.
Ooh! I immediately like telepathically asked Vinny, how does my soul look?
Vinny gives you a mental image of like a stained glass, like a beautiful stained glass. It's not stained glass. You know those like figurines that are out of blown glass, but like in all kinds of colors, and they're like pulled into shape. So it's like one fluid figurine, but with this like amazing curly, like multicolored rainbow hair that just like reflects the light in bright white beams around it.
My soul is beautiful. Wow.
Yeah, you actually blink your eyes for a moment. It's like, oh, that was bright. It's like,
That's blinding. Wow.
Well, at least 2 people in this cargo hold have souls.
Wouldn't like
Gallows
Ibrahim do something
humor.
like this?
Ibrath's a cat. He doesn't see souls.
He's a partner, right? Not a familiar, right?
Hey,
The
Ibrath,
Brath
what does
actually
my
raised-
soul look like?
she hesitates and sniffs, and then like gives you like this look of like, can't really explain it. Meow.
There you go. That's what mine looks like.
Meow.
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 Honestly, we all have amazing hair over here, so you know.
Yeah, mine's a bit tangled, I think, at this point.
Just have my comb. Here you go, and then just give it over.
Aw.
Just get your hair wet to detangle, and it's good to go.
And Brav comes across the crates and starts licking your head.
Ooh, that doesn't help.
Viera just winces and closes one of her eyes.
Yeah, he's
lets it
grooming you now.
happen. Okay, just
And
whenever
then,
he's
and then
finished.
he does the in between the, because he gets like hair in his mouth and it's really long
Yeah.
hair.
Yep. At which point, Viera just kind of pulls the hair and herself out of the way.
Now you have like half wet hair, like sticking to
Oh,
the
that's
side of your
not
head. Yeah.
sanitary at all. Oh.
Yeah,
Sanitary.
you should make a bit more water so you can wash your head a bit. This is full of saliva.
I'll just wait for us to dock, and then I'll take a convenient swim before I come ashore.
Or the two of you get a resting cat face from a Brav of like, how dare you? I did solid work there.
Do you just need me to like fix this?
He gives
Yes.
you a resting cat face now?
No.
I think he objects.
I mean,
He turns around a few times in a circle and just flops on top onto the crate and goes back to napping.
okay, now it's the time to just detangle your hair.
He turns his back to you guys.
I give him a stink eye now. What, you want her hair to be cut out now? Huh?
He raises his head, he goes, meow.
She doesn't have a pelt, she has hair. There's a difference.
I wonder if that works. That's a good question. Does that work?
What?
We've definitely derailed.
I'm gonna shift into Shadow Panther form.
Okay.
I just shrug and just I don't know what's going on. Sit back down on my plate.
Just sit back, like leaning on the grave, basically.
Yeah, this. She's a panther now. This is not conductive to any conversation.
Oh.
And then she
Graf
grooms
does the
her
blinky.
head
Yeah.
because it's short fur now. This will go into place much easier. And she grooms it into short fur.
And Braff is watching you and like blinking. He's like, and he will tell you, it's like, I don't know what you told soul this look like, but it smells good.
Tasty soul.
Taste is all that matters.
To a shadow panther? Yes.
Yeah, he's like, I would eat you when you die.
It's, biggest compliment a cat can give you.
Thank you. I hope I'm a tasty meal.
Well, if I die, you can eat me.
They're very picky eaters.
You're not
No.
gonna die, and if you do, I'll bring you back. If you want me to.
I'll think of it.
Deal.
You guys hear like meow, 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 meow. It's like a cat conversation.
Yes, the mirror just takes out her weaving and just continues on with that. Just done with that conversation.
I just like looking at us like, how much does it say about us that she like prefers that conversation over the one we were having?
I honestly don't want to think about it.
I think at this point you have two cats looking at you with resting cat face.
Yep.
Shrug. Don't
Squinty
know what
eyes.
you want me to say about that. I don't know what you expect for an answer here, but
Vera finishes grooming and then shifts back with meticulously straight hair.
Does it really work?
Does it work that way?
Does it
yeah,
really
that's
work
the
that way?
question.
Because I'm technically shifting my form so I can make it do
Oh
whatever I
yeah,
want.
true, yeah. But it's not the grooming that made it that way. It's the
No, it's
shifting.
not. It's just the shifting.
Yeah,
Just
Well,
because
that's
I'm
a
a
cheat.
cat doesn't mean I
but
can't.
it's great because at
talk
some
to you.
point you had that like where she was doing the thing that cats do, where they like contort their neck in a very uncomfortable position to get to the side of the neck, right?
Yeah,
Blech,
you can see what
blech.
her back looks like.
Yeah.
That's a cheat code, okay.
Hey, he's got his cheats, I've got mine. Vera hands.
I don't have
Vera
any
hand-
cheats. It's all natural, baby.
Your
This
whole
is-
head is a
this-
cheat.
Fair.
I'm checking out of this conversation.
Vera
This is
just
unfair.
hands your comb back to you, Samira.
Just wholly unfair. I spent half an hour on my hair every day to even get it remotely good.
And it gets
You
even
just need
worse when
to-
it rains,
Yeah, it just came
and
in
the sea
freeze.
moisture is not helping. So she basically get up in the morning. Woof.
Yeah, she's just. Yeah, she's got bad head.
It's like
Hey,
it's like
that works.
in the morning,
It's good
like
to
you
figure that out.
guys went to sleep, and she like straightened hair in the evening and straightened hair in the morning, and walked out of the tavern and went woof.
Yep.
Especially when there's like thunder in the air, and then it's
Yeah,
like.
Okay. Back to the thing.
Slight digression.
What are you
We
guys
seem to do
doing
that
for
a
the
lot.
rest? Yeah, what are you guys doing for the rest of the
Unless
journey?
another conversation gets pulled up, I'm gonna keep on as many hours as I can. Keep that training on.
Okay. Then we shall continue next time.
How long is it? How many hours is it?
It's an 8-hour journey.
Our 8-hour journey. So you're gonna
Okay,
arrive.
But you probably wasted a good hour and a half with all the stuff we've done, so.
Yeah, so I'll say 6 hours added to it, and then at the end of the 6 hours, I'll use my feint point to get rid of the exhaustion.
This is about the 17:02 is when you arrive.
Okay, so I'll use my feint point to get rid of the exhaustion, so I'm good and fresh to go next time in 3 weeks' time.
So a hangover leaves you with an exhaustion point, is that right?
For the amount of hours, then it fades.
Yep.
Oh, and then it fades. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
it's
yours would have
literally-
faded like long before we even
Yeah,
started.
even
Because
Yeah.
of trans.
That's
Yeah.
fine.
Before we even woke up.
Yeah.
Okay. Then you guys head over to the office.
Alright.
And I shall wrap up here and be right there.
Okay.
Boy. Alrighty, guys. Let me turn off the ship sounds. There we go. I hope you enjoyed tonight's session. They didn't save the old man. That's not saving people. Attempt number 1. We shall see how it will continue. When it comes to the game itself, we will have a small hiatus. I will not stream the game on the 3rd or 10th of October because I'm having a small break. Because Abel doesn't have time on the 3rd, and on the 10th I will have Chris over. So we will be back with the actual game on the 17th of October. I will have my normal streams on Wednesday and Friday. So I will be, yeah. You'll see me on Wednesday the 29th and on Friday the 1st. And then we'll figure it out from there. Depends on how much work I have and stuff. But considering I had Chris visiting me, and I need to see my man because I didn't see him in a long time because of Rona. And because also Abel having this like break, I'm gonna take this break to properly prepare Tucson. So I will do my very best to keep the rolls going. If nothing else, Firas might be nice enough to help again out. So you guys will hear these updates on Wednesday and Friday in more detail. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed the session and us going off topic multiple times, but sometimes you have sessions like that. So yeah, weird things are happening. We shall see. We shall see what great tidings await us ahead. I hope you enjoyed. I love you all. See you next time.